Late, man. I'm be on the regular. Trust me. Mm. Late, man. I'm
No,
be
it's
on the
about two,
regular.
yo. What time you got over there? It's about time. It's one about two. Yeah, see you early. You about to rock. Did you? Give me up for a minute. What? It's easy, man. Nah, man, it's all good, man. You know exactly how we do, man. I appreciate everybody that's in the building, man. I see you, Metro. I see you, the goddess. Mm-hmm. Gemini. Gemini. How you say that? Gemini, the goddess. I know I said that wrong. Gemini node. Man. Demo. Miss Lamb. I see you. Chuck Morgan. Black Line Supreme is in the building, man. Rich, I see you. Ramzar, I see you. Appreciate you coming through.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
man, I
just ending
appreciate
that House
everybody
of
stepping
Conscience or
up,
something.
man, in the building, man. Um, y'all know what it is, man. Y'all know how we get up out of here. We get out here with every hero needs a daggone theme song, man. Y'all know what it is, man.
Oh,
Real,
that's gonna
man.
be my introduction song then.
Yeah, we gonna go out with this.
For that interview, dog, I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Clan killer off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff, this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats. The best flow blow, Eskimo, penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice pendants. Sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, spoke the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight. Golden motorbike holding on some Tron shit. That nice neon kit is on it. The king's libation with exotic liqueur. The queen's vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got it to store. Nubian Kush and blacktop pottery jaws. 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, bust the shots at the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more. Cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said. I smell of the mic like it's the love of my life. Don't get sliced and beat with the butt of the knife. Brother polite, I say I'm animalistic, cause I still be in the hood with my hand on my pistol. The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic, E5 divination, channel the mystic, audio visionary. Let's play poetical Pictionary. Picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to an end with indivisible games. Charles Xavier, getting your brain. Mental anguish, a manifesting physical pain. Wizard remains to dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son. Bruh, the beam 10 times your distance. Inclines be benching. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out.
The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer.
That's who it is.
The God killer. The God killer. It's the God killer. The God killer. The God killer. The God killer. There was really some bars in there. That's inspired by Bobby Banger, the God Killer. See, I was funking with Eminem with that rap god stuff, right? So I said, let me just switch up and let Bobby Banger take over. And we gonna go from the rap god to the God Killer. How you like that? Bow. So that's how you create an arch nemesis. What's up, what's up, what's up? Let me leave the studio and get to doing my thing. Hold on. I'm looking at me over there, but I'm really over here. See, that's the simulation. The simulation made y'all think I was over there. I'm over here. What's up? Got my Clorox wipes. Need to hit this thing right here, though. I don't like how that look. What's up with y'all, though? I was just watching the end of the Bobby Banger show. We got audio, we good. Shout out to the chat. I see a few people in there. Let me open up the chat. Get it popping off before we have this good show. No, it's gonna be another good show. Shout out to the channel supporters and the members. What's up? All right, let me get the chat open. It's open, but I need to pop it out. Oh, that red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. I said, boy, didn't I send you religion? See, we do syllables. This is for the rappers and people who want to know why I feel like I got a advantage at understanding the ancient Egyptian wordplay is because I've been so well immersed in wordplay. What's up, Miss Monica? We need to talk about some economic plans and getting some stuff together because I like how you be doing your thing with Brother Garfield podcast. And I'm like, okay, we need to talk some talk for the people. But we was talking about them lyrics. I said, then I send you religion. That's not much. Send you religion. That's just a five syllables. Then I send you religion. Well, first, before I sent you religion, I said, imagine me burning down your missionary. Then I send you religion. That red dot on your head, that's Hindu tradition. Shout out to my rap guys who know what's up with them syllables and the way you slip it in so they can't even tell you being hella complicated. You know what I'm saying? You say, look, send you religion. Every syllable got a rhyme and you weak. You're not weak, but you're not on that level like some of the ones who slide it past like that. Send you religion, Hindu tradition. Ooh. That was a nice five, right? Send you religion. Nice five. Somebody said do a 4, but that was a 5. But we ain't on hip hop. We was just setting it off like that. I might get on my hip hop in a minute. We was watching the show about racism and a young woman just having fun, and it made me think about something that I had to control in myself. Something that I would, something that's a problem and something that we might want to just dialogue about for a minute. It don't got much to do with the topic of what we was talking about on House of Consciousness, but it got more to do with just handling society. So it's something I call racial insecurity, and I feel like it's a product. I could turn my lights on, but I ain't tripping. I ain't had them on in a minute. I feel like it's a product of racial insecurity. It's a product of what we've been going through. But you can't be weak like that. Everything ain't racist and everybody ain't racist. And so one thing that'll happen is when you become racially insecure, you start to wear what you think the society thinks about you or whatever. You start to wear that on your shoulder, and you walk into the restaurant with the fact that you black and everybody white on your mind. Right? And so that's cool. That could be on your mind. You're probably just conscious of your awareness. But I mean, you're aware of your situation. That's cool to be aware of. But when you start letting that affect you to the point that you suck, because you start giving off sucker vibes. Let me tell you how to be a strong man. I'm just gonna tell you. Just like a dog could tell when you scared, but humans got those senses too. Right? And so have you ever been a young kid? So you probably never been through the aspects of being able to be hella compassionate with people, but also having the same physical ability to be like a bully. You feel what I'm saying? Like some people have, some people know what I'm talking about. And it's always the big, kind dude that everybody like. Don't nobody really like the big, over-aggressive dude because you already hella bigger than everybody, right? So now you touching motherfuckers too much. Excuse my language. You just doing way too much. And so, I mean, I don't want to get lost, but I'm just keeping it a buck. Like everybody had, not everybody had the ability to be in that situation. But one thing is, when you was a little kid, just think back to being little kids and you don't know why you got fired on that one time. Because you was spooked. Really, the person, when kids is praying and they more like puppy dogs. And so if you in your adolescence and you gonna get fired on more often when you just scared and spooked. If you walk into the confrontation without no fear, the other person gonna be looking for resolution quicker. But not with the craziness that I don't have a brain to discern. Like when people try to do that too, it's all different ways to approach these conflicts, but I'm getting to something. And you start to learn that softness, it ain't really softness, right? Because it's not being that, the loudmouth always gets socked in the mouth, so we understand that. But we're talking about the other nature of it, because really the loudmouth is the scared person trying to act like he not. It's not really, I do know some loudmouths that ain't scared. Feel me? But most often the loudmouth assumes that persona. Am I looking at the wrong chat? I'm looking at the wrong chat. See, I'm trying to follow the chat. And I'm like, what the chat doing? Hold on. I'm looking at the House of Consciousness chat. Let me see, restore the chat. I'm puzzled. So I'm not going to forget it, right? I'm not going to forget what I'm talking about. So first of all, just being a little big, you already learn not to act like that because you're not about to have hella homies. If you already doing too much, you only really fall into the category of a protector. So you be going to the clubs and you notice that the homies stand by you more at the club. What's up, cousin Kurt? I know you 6'8", 240. That's them who don't know that though. You know how we do. I mean, he say 6'8", 400. Damn. That boy done got a little bigger. I said 240 last time I seen you, probably 340. Shout out to Big Kurt. Do that thing, boy. But like we were saying, and I'm trying to get back to the racial insecurity thing. I'm just expounding for a minute. It is like the same thing kind of happened when you go into that situation, right? But they already got all this fake shit going on. So some people think they better, right? Maybe 50% might be racist and 50% might not be racist. But you just walked into the room like a puppy dog that's about to be hella sensitive, right? And if somebody even try to see if that's under your skin, you about to overreact. It's just like animals, man. We gotta stop being so human sometimes. And just think of how that would happen with some other shit. All the white wolves don't like the black wolf. And the black wolf walking to the pride with his head down in submission. But if you walk in like, who the alpha in this motherfucker? Who the alpha? Right now, head up, ready in pounce mode. That pride already about to look like what's going on. So now let me go into my real life because I'm a fisherman, right? And I already understand this. I don't always be strapped. A good amount of the time I do though, when I know about the world. And I would rather not be, I got in situations. No, I'm talking about fishing. If you understand fishing and you're a real fisherman, you got to go into the cut at like 3 and 4 in the morning. I have various weird things happen to me fishing. So I go into the cut, but I just was dumb and I didn't realize that I was in a protected environment. But it was like some white dudes fishing and it was only like one dock and I'm fishing. But it's late night, one of them creep moments, you feel me? And And I'm not even tripping, but I was strapped though. But I wasn't even tripping though, right? And I'm sitting there thinking like, okay, this cool. I ain't tripping. They 4 deep, I'm 1 deep, but I know how this normally tend to go if it's an asshole over there. Like if any of them even think about me, they not really gone. Cause we sharing a bench. We got 2 benches on this pier. Each is like a 6 to 8 foot bench, but they on the other bench. And I swear to God, after we just sitting there ain't no fish hitting. So I was thinking, damn, ain't no fish hitting. I was kind of racially insecure, but I was thinking, now I know they about to start this shit. And so that's why they started it. Probably because I was putting out them vibes like a puppy dog, but I wasn't tripping. So dude gonna say, I wonder why black people, and just started a conversation about that, dude. I swear to God, right there while I'm fishing. And I was like, damn, I knew it. You know what I'm saying? Like I was like, I knew this was gonna happen because they got numbers. We lightweight in the woods. And he ain't gonna really say, what's up? He just gonna probe and pry to see if that situation could occur. So dude was like, I wonder why black people, really, dude? And I'm sitting over on the other bench. But I just said, you know what, this is nonsense. I ain't even tripping. I had what I needed and I just didn't even admit it. I waited a minute till they changed the subject and I left. I wasn't about to leave while they were still talking about that. But I left. And so in that situation, I got water. In that situation, I wasn't necessarily racially insecure. We understand if a snake bit you once and they can bite, then you know snakes bite. And you're going to be like that around snakes. But here go another situation. And I hate to have these good situations, but it be happening like this. But I'm going to skip this one and go to a different one so we could get it in. And we're talking about racial insecurity just for a moment and how not to be racially insecure and first way not to be racially insecure is to understand your history. When you know your history, then you unaffected by that sort of stuff so much. You know what I'm saying? People don't know that history serves a purpose. And that extent, it could serve a purpose in your direct, everyday mentality. You know, but I ain't on it like that. I'm just chilling. I'm about to just open the Zoom just on the stream in case somebody, you know, whatever. And I'm gonna keep building. We was talking about how the no money down home loans is back. And y'all first to hear it over here. People trying to set you up for things, man, that's what you need to get set up for. Because, you know, what's going to happen is they preying on us. They're going to put you in a no money loan down and then the market going to fall. But if you understand how to beat that, you got to plan for that as you go into it. So the no money down homes is back in California. And my sister first started putting me up on it, who's a lender in California, a leading lender in her area. And I just make sure people know about it. All right. And so now here go another situation. Now this is a wonderful story, so let me tell it good. First of all, the person who brought me to Australia was white. Let's just break down all race barriers right now for people who be tripping. The people who brought me to Japan were Japanese, okay? The people who brought me to Canada were Canadian. People who brought me to overseas was overseas. Because I had to go hella place over there, so I forgot. No, they were German. They were German. I flew into Heidelberg. That's why I never been to Africa. Let's talk about it. First and foremost, because I've done my world travels not on my dime. I've done my world travels on my gift of gab, which comes through my artistry that I learned in rapping. So I'm on my second passport, like page 38 or something, 28, I'm sorry, probably don't go into the 30s. I think I'm on like page 28 in my second passport because the first one got filled all up. And I haven't been brought to Africa, not because they don't like me in Africa, it's because of this economic system that we live in. Because I've been brought to people to perform. It's been economic. And so I'm calling my brother, even though he's white, y'all might be misunderstood. But I ain't gonna call him a brother. I'm just gonna say the wonderful gentleman who brought me to Australia was a boss. Dude, sometimes you never met a boss, like for real. Like he was really rich. You feel me? Exactly. Exactly. You feel what I'm saying? And so what Chuck Morgan's saying, the people that got on the Hawaii were Hawaiians. And so I'm not putting that back on Africans saying that Africans need to get me over there. No, I'm just saying what's been happening in other countries and other nations for me personally. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to trip. I'm losing my mind of what I was thinking when I was breaking down. Oh. All right. I just don't know where I was at in breaking down what I was breaking down. That bird flew away on my shoulder a little bit. But it's kind of like, no, I'm just going to leave that alone. Well, remind me where we was at, man. I started reading the comments and threw myself off. Yeah, the people who got me, that's what we was talking about. And so I was leading up to the story I wanted to tell about the brother or the dude and the gentleman in Australia. So he owned 2 hotels. Well, I don't know how many hotels he owned. But he owned a 5-star hotel in Australia, and he didn't just fly me out. He flew out like the whole airplane full of artists. I was on there with on that tour with Arresting Development. So when Arresting Development went to Australia in the 90s, in the early 2000s, we was together. It was Arresting Development, a few rock bands. I mean, it was a lot of people. I just can't remember everybody, right? But dude was so rich, and I want to get in. I'm just going to expound because I'm chilling. So this is how rich he was, because I didn't even understand money like that. So the airplane ride was hella long, right? And on the ride is hella artists. Yeah, this dude was like, first of all, he said this, and he called everybody bluff. He was like, oh yeah, my man has a MiG fighter. So this blew my whole brain away. He was like, my man has a MiG fighter. Like some antique aircraft. And they was just talking and chilling. They was like, put it this way, I was sitting in this row on the airplane, and they was in the 3 seats in front of me. But we was on a big-ass airplane with 5 seats in the middle, 3 on the right, and 3 on the left. Like you going to Australia. And dude was talking to the dudes in front of me. He was talking to the band in front of me. The band in front of me was from England. So I was younger and I wasn't picking up on the life game from the OG. I was tapped in on how other bands do things. So I was ear hustling the wrong direction. But I was included, but dude kind of knew I wasn't ready. I don't know, it's just like the scared dogs in the room shit. Right? And so look, this is what he said. He said, my man got a MiG fighter. And he was like, if you want, when we get there, we could take it up. Literally telling them they could go flying a MiG fighter once our plane landed and we got to Sydney, right? So the dudes in the front, they started talking to him more, and he got down to the point where he's like, it's gonna be like 5 G's in gas. He said, y'all got $5,000 in gas? I'll take y'all up there. I'm on the plane thinking, I just don't understand. I had a lot of parts of life where I was around ballers and I thought they was faking or something, dude. Because what they were saying was so out of my league that I just played myself. So dude was like, the band looked at the promoter and was like, all right. That was hard. I ain't gonna never remember. I ain't gonna never forget. I think like 2 of them was white, maybe 1 of them was black, whatever. But there was a band from England. They took him up on it. So now we riding on the situation, and I'm sitting in the row behind them like, I know I didn't just witness what I just witnessed. That dude. Now let me throw in my side partner who the whole story is about. I'm just making the story take longer and be good. My side partner is the story is about another artist from Oakland who happened to be on the tour with me just by coincidence. He's a younger artist. I'm a more mature artist. He's a black man that I went to school with, apparently. That's just how life be working. You know, a lot of rappers, if they come from the Bay, they just be like, you be knowing people. Just like you hear hella, like Busta Rhymes and Jay-Z went to school, or I don't know who went to school together. It'd be stuff like that. Well, it'd be like that on the West Coast too. So I don't really kick it with dude like that. We didn't kick it with like that in high school, but since life has chosen us to be on this path, I'm not no sucker. So now is the time that we got some time to see what each other is about. And I'm gonna tell all the stories, but I gotta fill y'all in on him. This is when I learned about racial insecurity. In my life, I ain't gotta talk about nobody like that, but this is when I learned about racial insecurity, right? It is because of some of the things that happened with him while we was on the road. So let me get back to the dudes. So he told them they could fly. I thought they was playing when you land, and we find out he owned the hotel, but he didn't even take us to stay. We couldn't even stay at his hotel. First of all, that's how raw his hotel was. Second, it was all booked up. It was sold out. He only took us to eat at his hotel. Everything was free. Like it was his hotel. Like you know when you walk into somebody fronting, like maybe they got the keys, or are they the real true owner? And so we stayed at another hotel. So day one go by, and we just going to do our thing. First of all, when I first got there, this is the type of person I am. When I got there, I got off the airplane in Australia, and in under 1 hour, I was by myself. This Debo from the Lions Den, he might want to change the subject and talk about Egypt or the Bible. That's all good. You're welcome to do whatever. Debo. Oh, this Debo. What's up, Debo? Hold on, let me show them Debo one time. Debo, where your mic at? Your mic on mute.
Yo, what's going on now?
Debo 7000.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's a new reinventing. So when you reinvent yourself, right? Because come back with the Debo 7000, right? And then hit them with some new information. What's up with it?
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Hey, new name, same information.
I heard that.
You know, it just, the name is becoming of myself, because when I come around, they tuck the information and they run. You see, that's what's going on, man. I'm just peeking around, man. You know, I'm out of retirement now. They didn't force me back out, so I won't smoke with anybody who won't smoke.
Okay, what you want to smoke on the topics? What's your topics that they messing up?
Man,
What they messing
I got
up?
a whole bunch of Kemetic topics I got up my sleeve. Retainer sacrifices.
Oh, we did a good dialogue. We had a few weeks where we went over retainer sacrifice.
Yeah, I was a part of that a little bit, here and there. But I'm hunting down this Obari Osaze fella. I like to do it. I really like to do a few teachings out of the Book of the Dead. You know what I mean? At least, or have somebody around me who's qualified to kind of help me.
Come on, let's cook.
Things.
Let's cook. I ain't doing nothing but bumping my gum.
Man,
I remember where I was at in that story. I'll finish it before the end of the show. So come on, let's cook. What's in the Book of the Dead?
Well, they got there's some verbiages in there that I ain't, they praying to all these different deities. I'm trying to figure out, well, how did Jabari come to the conclusion that they're just principles? Can you explain that to me?
That they just what?
Principles. He said they're not deities, they're just principles. I don't understand how they had temples and
All right, well, yeah, I feel you. So in understanding that, here we go. We got social in the building. I didn't see. And understanding that some people presume that they were, and a presumption is different from assumption because they have evidence. An assumption means they don't got no evidence. So some people presume this, but it's not conclusive because of some of the things that we see about. For instance, no one's making up the fact that Tefnu is moisture or what have you. You see what I'm saying? It really is moisture.
Represents the aspect of moisture.
You feel me?
Okay.
Let's go in with shoe.
Let's skip past Tefnu
just real quick,
and nut.
Because it's synonymous with really all of them. Just real quick, JJ, it don't stop at shoe, Tefnu, Newt, and Geb. Those are the ones we just can easily identify. Because you see what I'm saying? We know that Newt is the sky. We know Geb is the earth. We know Shu is the wind. Tefnu is moisture. So if we just limit it to those four, we can understand how they are like aspects or principles of one thing.
I get that part. I understand that wholeheartedly. But now, when we get to the part of Osiris, that's a whole nother animal. Because now we're dealing with him dealing with judging you. You want to be in the afterlife with him, in the duat. They're taking little Shabbat days with them to do work for them in the afterlife so they can enjoy the afterlife. These people thought this was real. They didn't. Now some of this Tefnut and all that. Okay, that's aspects of maybe, but the main deity, that Osiris, man, bro, they want to be with this character. They felt that he was going to judge them. So, can you explain how that fit into? I mean, what element did that fit into? Because we already got the earth, wind, and fire covered. Neb and Jeb, and you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can't say you wrong because we have to look at what we're analyzing. We're analyzing 3,000 years, and traditions change. So for me to mess up an argument and to say that nobody within those 3,000 years thought that was real, because it's people who think it's some who will tell you it's real today. You feel me?
Yeah, and like a Tahuti,
What you mean, like Tahuti? What?
Yeah, he said that the deities were real. He actually said that they were human, but as the time went on, they were like deified.
That could be the case. Yeah, a lot of people say that. Mm-hmm. And it's evidence to that too. What's up, Social? I see you got in the building. Don't want to let you get in.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
No, keep chopping it up, man. Let's fall through the kicker with the homie. It's all good.
That's what's
How you
up.
doing,
Thanks
bro?
for tapping in.
He goes off that Turin's King's list, and you know how some of them on the list they like reign for 1,000 years. Now, is that one person living, or is that their dynasty?
See, that's when they're talking about what Greeks have labeled demigods. These were actually like tribes. We find out that one of the people that they said ruled on that papyrus are the Shemsu Heru. It don't say Horus ruled. It say the Shemsu Heru ruled. So that would be crazy because we know Shemsu Heru is a group of people. It's kind of like when they say Adam is not a person in the Bible. Adam was a group of people or whatever they say. I don't know what they say. They say something like...
They say Adam and mankind.
Yeah, or something like, well, yeah, it was more than just one, whatever.
Yeah,
well, I don't want to mess that up, but
that's right. They said Adam and mankind, not just man, not just one man. That's how they represent it. In some circles, let's just put that caveat. In some circles.
What I like about y'all are honest and don't try to, you give me the good and the bad, and that's what we do in Israel, And here's my question. Now that red crown, okay, now. That would be considered Lower Egypt, right? The Red Crown, right? Now, this Delta area, they say, was ruled by Asiatics before Neymar came and unified. Now, would you agree or disagree with that?
Well, some old information does say that. But you always, especially when dealing with...
I ran across it, man. And are you saying I need to update my information?
So I'm saying scholars like Breasted, Flinders Petrie, if you read them type of names, they're going to say that because they had a theory called the Pharaonic invading race theory that they espoused. So
I'm
this was part of their theory.
I'm just saying if you know about it. Now, see, I kind of like that one because now it shows influence of Semitics and Hamitics. I mean, if you go by that lingo. Really, it's different cultures influenced it now.
Hold on, you're going too far. But how did you get from what we last said to what you just said?
Where we going?
You just skipped over some stuff because we was right there at some scholars say that, but some
give you a
don't.
Brief synopsis.
So you saying you're going to go with the scum scholars who do say that is what you're saying.
Yeah,
I said you're using old information and you're going to proceed with that information?
So wait a minute, Smash. Are you telling me that somebody has debunked this? Because, if they have, I'm willing to accept that.
Yes, my brother. Now, what hasn't been debunked is that it was some Asiatics there. It was. Like, people wasn't like that. We the ones tripping.
Right.
Trust me, people wasn't really just like... Yeah, that ain't. But what has been debunked is their influence.
Oh, okay. Now wait a minute. Now you see, you're doing a little too much now. Now, see, the first culture. Correct me if I'm pronouncing this right. Fuyan or Fayan. It's before the Nakata one.
Fayum.
Thank you.
It's not. That's all.
Okay, it's one of the first bigger cultures. Maybe 100 people. These places wasn't really that popular, the early cultures. But the cultivation, agriculture, and technology was influenced by, a lot of that came from the Levant because we can tell by the pottery and things of that nature. I've been, 7,000 go pretty deep in the studies. It's Kemetic studies. See, Sinai don't really let me breathe on y'all. Let y'all experience the vast.
But that's not true, and that's
old. Out of my brain.
What'll happen if you stepped your game up?
Well, hey man, that's why I'm here, bro. So if you got some information that's because I came over here and showed you.
I can point you to one scholar. I can point you to one scholar. Okay. 2 or 3, but her sources is gonna lead you to everybody like Trigger. You deal with Maria Gatto.
Now Trigger's. I heard of Trigger. Go ahead. Who else you got?
Deal with Maria Gatto, and they're gonna help you straighten all that stuff out. It's new work.
Now, Maria Gatto, is that the Italian lady?
Yeah, I think that name. Yeah, she might be. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, she a little outdated, but go ahead. I got.
Nah, she right up to date. She got 2021.
23 scholars over here.
Nah, show me who.
Don't worry about all that.
No, this is the work. This ain't a don't worry about it conversation.
I can't show you all that now. If you ever challenge me or something, then I have to break them out.
All right, well, all I'm saying is not a challenge.
Folks,
look.
Go ahead.
Sources ain't like that. You feel me? Sources ain't like if you challenge me, I'm gonna break it out.
Smash,
Y'all made that part up.
I'm just having a good time with you.
No, I feel you, but you ain't got the source basically. So you should feel
no,
what
I
I'm
ain't saying that part. Now, I do got some secret weapons that I got. You know, I remember I'm the one that kind of got you up to speed on the retainer cycle.
See, you know the deal. You made me look at it further. Yes, I always say that. A lot of people help me along that, but you helped me prove that you're wrong by looking at it further.
You see, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we call cognitive dissonance.
All right, let me say something.
Why y'all lie?
Why y'all lie and say? Why y'all lie and say Sarah wasn't Abraham's sister? That's what we want to know.
That ain't what that. See, now that ain't none of my argument. You can't throw that on me, brother. See, that's what y'all be doing, man, making me defend arguments I ain't even said. That's not my. You know.
Well, I know the Hebrews say that Abraham wasn't Sarah's sister because they don't read the whole Bible.
Certain sex, you gotta put a caveat.
Yeah, certain sex. That's true. Shout out to my Hebrews who don't say that.
I thought this was a Kemetic outfit. What are we doing talking about the Bible? Don't we do that enough on Sonetta? I got some Kemetic questions.
I threw an easy dagger at you. You couldn't even have no response for it.
Oh, well, hold up, man. I'm in my Kemetic, my Kemetic flow, man. You know, they call me hey JJ Heptepi. You know. Hey, look, check this out. So, in order for Shaka to win this debate, ladies and gentlemen, he's not going to be able to use the coffin text. He's not going to be able to use the pyramid text or the Book of the Dead. You know why? Because all three of these texts speak of the afterlife and preparing for it with spells, magics, and bells. None of you guys believe in that. So how in the hell, hold up, Smash, is he going to get in front of y'all and say this literature is going to help us out, the Black community? When we know that in these books, they believe that these guys were real. This is where I get Jabari at. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. Okay, then also, you have the Amenemhotep. How you pronounce that? Amenemhotep?
Which one you talking about? Amenemhotep or Amen?
Amenemhotep, thank you.
Amenemhotep or Amenemhotep?
Okay, that one. Okay, now that one is really just based off some information just passed down from a retiring priest to his son. He don't even deal with the ladies. You see this type of
what are you talking about, Jay?
Wisdom literature.
Wisdom is always passed down from a man to his son. That's the most formal way it's passed down.
Well, I don't see anything in this literature that I read. Hold up, listen, man. That's helping the ladies.
All women with equal platform. You know what I'm saying? All women to a child.
Yeah, woman to a child. Yes, but he was just talking about a man real quick.
So that's probably, but that's only 18 pages long, man. Them little Psalms, man. Don't you know we got 31 chapters in the book of Psalms? So we didn't. See, this is where Shock is. His angle is.
Though.
Hold on.
Hey, hold on. What's the Shocker debate? So I can be up to speed. What's the debate?
Which literature is best for the Black community? The Kemetic literature or the biblical literature? Now, see, here's the problem with the Kemetic literature, ladies and gentlemen. Where do we find it? How do you lead us to it? A group of people. We don't find no goddamn Kemetic shrines on every corner. We can get in there and do the rituals to help us in the afterlife. Because all of this stuff is preparing for the afterlife, which you guys don't believe in.
Hey,
so none of this literature is going to help you guys.
So here's the thing, though.
Who are you guys? Go ahead.
This is just Kemetic guys.
Here's the thing, though, JJ. If we're African, then it would serve us best to indulge in our indigenous cultures. So that right there is a dagger by itself.
Okay. Now, see, I'm with you on indulging on your indigenous cultures, but you have to accept the indigenous cultures and how they practice it. Now, you guys gonna have to start preparing for mummification and
you can't.
Come on, man.
You don't practice all.
2023. So Kemetic lifestyle.
So JJ, you practice all the customs they did back in BC times. You stoning people and stuff. Come on, man.
We ain't talking about me.
No, but I'm saying it's like if it's fair to ask that question, the same question to be asked back. You can't say
okay. That's a good point you made.
2023.
But listen. But at least we try a lot of the stuff. Y'all really do nothing.
Well,
I don't see y'all doing the opening and the closing, the mouth ceremony. I don't see y'all reading.
But that's messed up. That's not what
don't
you're
try to
supposed
do
to
it at the day of the debate. That don't count. We want to see y'all out on the street corners.
So
with
how
these
did the
books.
Bible come with the New Testament if they was tripping off the
I ain't
old
gonna
way?
talk
What's
about
the new?
We talking about the
I'm
Kemetic
going into
writings.
your thing. What is the New Testament? Ain't it a new way?
Well, it's like Christ came and he just fulfilling the law. He didn't take nothing away, too much, You understand?
Never mind.
I mean, you know how people say, well, the old law's done away with. That's silly Christians. They don't understand what's going on. They don't even understand that the original Christians was Jews. See, they confused, man. So, you got to excuse at least they in the book, though. I do give them that part. At least they in the book. And they're not all over the place with now, what are we going to do with the Book of the Dead, man? I mean, for real. Can somebody on this panel tell me how do the Book of the Dead help people who don't even believe in the afterlife?
The book of coming forth by night.
Yeah, day and night.
That book of coming forth by night. First of all, it ain't equal to the Bible.
I know I'm in trouble now. Go ahead, Smash.
It ain't equal to the Bible. All right, that's the first thing you got to realize.
All right, just speak on it, then, man.
But do you realize that it's not equal to the Bible?
It can never, because the Bible is winning. It's undefeated.
This is not. I'm not talking about. It's not intended to be that type of a text. What people call
so what text do we compare the Bible to? Should we do the Patah Hope?
That's what I'm saying. First of all, the Bible is a very series of books that was compiled by an authoritarian.
Okay, I get that
part. Yeah, so it was all kind of. Imagine if it was all kind of different books when we lived in that time period. Yeah. Who got the Book of Job? My partner got the Book of Job. Who got that other book? You feel me?
I get that part.
So it's similar to
the y'all literatures, like
that's what I'm saying.
Canonized.
It's similar
to the different dynasties. What's going on here, man?
See, well, look, all you saying is we have the lack of these ecclesiastical dignitaries who formed the religion into such a canon that we can find now. That text ain't found like that. You see what I'm saying? So that's just something different because y'all had authoritarians who told you the way that you could and could not worship, so to speak.
Right. See, we more organized. See, this is why why we telling y'all should deal with our literatures instead of Kemetic literature because they all over the place. You see,
I don't know if you get more organized from that.
Come on, Smash.
Because you do agree that there are some dudes, particularly most all of them, well, a high percentage of them being white people who chose which texts were considered holy. You disagree?
I mean, can you prove at these what do they call these Nicene councils that they were European? Now, see, you would have to actually show me the list, names, and countries, bloodlines, or this. This is a bold assumption, ladies and gentlemen. This is 2023. We have to stop doing this.
But who convened the first?
We have to raise the bar for the community.
Who convened the first ecumenical council? You know that.
It was some blacks. I know that. It was probably Mark.
Oh no, hell no. Somebody gonna put it in the chat. Let me open up my screen because you're tripping. You gotta look.
Well, that was a guess, man. I don't know the dude's name. But
all right, somebody put it in the chat.
How do you come to the assumption that it was Europeans?
It's not an assumption. I just asked who convened the first.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say I don't know that one.
Somebody about to write it in the chat.
I don't want to be. We just going off the top of the dome right now. See,
it was Constantine.
Oh, well, Constantine. He did what?
Somebody tell me in the chat. Is that right or wrong?
No, I think they had councils before Constantine. They had other stuff.
No, it couldn't be before Constantine because Constantine is the one that made it a state religion. So
it was Constantine, bro.
I mean, well, okay.
So when he made it a state religion, he said, okay, how do people worship? And they started getting all of they got 317 ecclesiastical dignitaries together. See, I remember this from my childhood studies, okay? Back in the Ray Hagen days and stuff. 317.
Y'all need to dig him up, man, because he probably the only one that can save y'all. Because Shaka going down, bro.
Oh, now you
Now I
want
need to ask you a question. Don't try to. Okay,
you gonna switch it up. Go on, switch it up.
Hey, you probably got me on that one. I'm not always right. You know that's something that never was really raised. Okay, who was the?
All right, next question.
Okay, next question. Now, can you give me the book, verse, and chapter that speaks about your dietary laws?
Sure. Dietary laws?
Yes, sir.
They all over the place.
Well, see, that's what I'm talking about, y'all. Now, see, how is this going? See, this is why our book is more fortified and certified. You see, ladies and gentlemen, this is why the Bible's undefeated. You don't have to look.
See, this is what I'm saying. But why don't you address?
I'm setting up the debate, man. Come
Go
on.
ahead.
See, you messing up for y'all side. We hyping it up for both sides, right? See, right now, the Israelites winning. Now, everybody, in this part of the discussion, we're going to ask everybody out there, can y'all name me 5 leaders that was
Why are you switching up so quick? Is that a tactic? Or you got ADD? You got to give more attention to each question.
Hey, listen, it's both.
No, yeah, I know it's a tactic, but I'm swooping in on it and pointing it out to the people. That every question you ask, you give your own answer and conclusion.
At the same time.
Look, you give your own answer and conclusion, and then you go to the next question.
All right, come on. You asked me the next question.
So go ahead.
See, that's how he distract the audience. That's hecker. See, that's that Kemetic magic he doing on y'all. Don't let him fool you. Now, let me ask you this: can we find the 18th dynasty writings of some of your wisdom literature? And if so, who wrote them?
Why'd you limit it to the 18th dynasty? That's like saying, can we find some of your 18th presidency wisdom literature?
Come on, don't you just say you can't answer the question right
now. Yeah, we can. We can find. Okay. I can pull out wisdom literature from every dynasty.
Okay, well, let's dig into that. Maybe
not
now.
You know I got the TLA, bro. So
all
what
right,
you want to do?
We gonna okay, hold on. See, I'm glad you're willing to answer my question.
So the TLA is go ahead. The TLA is a text corpus, right? So in the text corpus, this is really like one of the only standing collections of compiled Egyptian text from every genre. Now, if you look through the text corpus, you'll see love poems, you'll see medical text, you'll see comical text, and they all have them categorized. Now, there are some like coffin text is what they would say. Okay, that's more considered what you call religious type text. Well, I don't want to say religious text, but particularly, they still might on the coffin be talking about some lifetime things, but it goes all the way down to what you call the Book of the Dead is only because the archaeologists who found this papyrus find it amongst dead people in the tomb of dead people. And so what it is when they find it actually in the tomb is normally possibly sometimes in the casket. And it is what you want to talk about when you're talking about afterlife, what you're supposed to do to get right in the afterlife. But it don't got much to do with what you're supposed to do while you living. You see what I'm saying? And so we get that from...
That's a very key point.
But hold on, let me end it off. We get that from another tradition called Ma'at, which nobody just made Ma'at up. And upholding Ma'at has been a thing to the pharaohs since ancient times. So, again, the system of Ma'at, which allows you admittance into the afterlife, you can see it detailed on afterlife texts. But when they call them negative confessions, it is a confession of what you have not done while you were living. Not in the afterlife. Let's get that clear. And so just so we can understand the different categories of these texts, because we find negative confessions in what you call the Book of the Dead, Part M. Heru, right? But actually, and that's the short name for it, but you actually will see that on these texts, they're telling you the way they lived their life under Ma'at, that it's not The rules of my art are not inscribed in the book of the dead only by the negative confessions of what a person had not done. Therefore, you can know what the rules of what not to do were in their actual life. And that's how people deduce that. You see what I'm saying? How you gonna die and say, I have not done this, I have not done that, if you didn't know while you was living, those are the things you should not do.
Okay, that's probably that's all right. We got all right. I mean, but they do have a doctrine of eternal life in the Book of the Dead. You know, so if y'all not getting in front of these people and being honest with them, 98% of their verbiage in the Book of the Dead, pyramid text, coffin text, is preparing them for this afterlife. That's what it's all about. So I don't understand how this is going to help. A lot of our community are leaning towards no.
So you didn't feel what I was saying though? That's not the cat. So it's like you looking in the transmission manual and you need to fix the carburetor. That's what I'm saying. That's not the right section of text when you want to talk about changing your life.
And that's why I'm here. Because now the maximum Patah Hotel, you have that, the great hymn of the Atum.
Now you're going into what they call. Look,
let me name some of the great ones you got. I looked up some of your famous ones, and then when I looked the story of how do you pronounce this, Sinui?
Sinui. Now that's because, well, just real quick, and you can continue. That's the category of wisdom literature, and it seems like you know that because you switch right to it.
I know what's going on, but but I can't be helping y'all. I know I've been knowing about these sabbats for a long time. I've been asking y'all, when are y'all going to even talk about the wisdom literature? If you go back and look at the tapes, I've been saying it for years.
Because the
y'all
question,
don't listen. Y'all think
you got to remember the question we asking is how you supposed to, which one is better.
Okay, so
and then in order to prove that Kemet wasn't better, you didn't go to the wisdom literature. You went to the Book of the Dead, and you question how that's gonna help when you revealing now that you know that ain't where you supposed to go.
But look, I got them all, bro. I mean, you didn't give me a chance to even, get into what's going. Okay, now, this story is just a story, bro, about a brother who flees the kingdom and lives the form. That's it.
Wait, expound on which story you're talking about for the listeners. Tell the listeners what story you're talking about.
How you pronounce that?
You talking about Sinui?
The Sinui is composed at the beginning of the 12th dynasty after the death of
Yeah, but you was talking about a certain story where a person did something. Were you talking about Amenhotep or Sinui?
It's a work of ancient Egyptian literature. Maybe I got this mixed up, but it might be a Amenhotep.
All right,
it's Sinui lived. It's Sinui.
Yeah, Sinui lived during the time period of Amenhotep, right. And so that's probably what you're confusing. But Sinui, let's talk about Sinui.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Now, this is what I got from it. It's a tale describes an Egyptian man.
Sinner who? Do they got way or who? Do they got a HU at the end?
It's got a SINUHE.
UHE, yeah, that's Sinuhe. See, all right, that's fine. It's the same Sinuhe. That's the same person. Go ahead.
Parallel to Joseph's story.
I was saying way, but go ahead.
Hey, listen, they trying to say this is parallel to Joseph's story, which I don't really see that. Do you? I mean, every culture has wisdom literature.
What do you mean parallel to Zosha's story?
Joseph. Yeah, definitely.
No, it's not parallel to Joseph.
Thank you.
They messed that up because Sinui started in Egypt. Now, the reason why they say that is because Sinui was a young man who was a native Egyptian. And he said, you know what, I'm cool. He said, I want to go live with the Canaanites. And he went to go live with the Canaanites, and he became a boss amongst the Canaanites. Now, here's the difference. He didn't become an Egyptian vassal. He didn't go live as an Egyptian amongst the Canaanites. He literally was called Hakah retinue, or the leader of the retinue, which is Canaanite people, and he was one of them. And so the thing about that story, and this isn't wisdom literature, by the way, Sinaway. You could get wisdom from it. We extract wisdom from it, but it was just a story for them, like TV, like a TV
it don't
show.
get too deep, man. But you know, the oldest known copy dates back to, but what would you say, 1800 BC?
Hold on, no, you can't switch up like that, bro. We're gonna work on that ADD.
The oldest copy is 1800 BC.
What the oldest copy got to do with understanding it right now? So Sinaway, look real quick. Let me finish. Sinaway left Kemet.
You gotta give the people.
And he went. Sinaway left Kemet. And went to go live as an Asiatic, right? And he stayed there, and he grew old as not an Asiatic, obviously, because it really don't mean race. Is what I'm trying to prove to people. So he went and lived as a Canaanite. Look, he ruled as a Canaanite, and when he got old, I'm almost finished, bro. When he got old, he said, you know what, I don't want to die here, though. So he went back to Kemet. So here go the part about Joseph. Come on, man. Because you just let me cook for a minute. So this the part that confused about Joseph. When he grew old, he came back to Egypt. And he was a Canaanite who was a boss who came into Egypt. And they tried to line that story up, but when he came to Egypt, they said, "Damn, you look like a retinue or a amu." All right, and so that's the story of Sinaway. It don't got much else to do with it.
Yeah. I mean, so now that we got that out the way,
go ahead.
So we got that out the way. So now that you say no, that has nothing to do with Joseph. Shaka, you can't bring that one. I don't want to hear you. Well, the story of. You know how you talk. The story is new. I ain't gonna mark.
Oh no! Well, hold on.
No, that's what he's trying to do.
No, I just have to expound because if he's saying that they copied that story from that, then that's something different to probe. But I wouldn't go as far as to say that either because Sinaway started as a native Egyptian.
All right, thank you. All right. So I looked the great hymn of Atum. You know, in this ancient Egypt. This is just like poems and hymns that were written to the god of Atum and were attributed to the king Akhenaten. You see, this king changed the traditional form of religion, you know what I'm saying, from when y'all was dealing with many, Jabari would say principles, I'm going to say deities, to one, this Atum, right? And these writings would be helpful to you because the majority, I mean, they wouldn't be helpful because this is like more of worshiping this Atum. How do you pronounce it? The great hymn. It's an Atum that they were worshiping. It looked like a spaceship to me when you look at the thing. I don't know what it is. You know what I'm saying? But so you can't use that. You can't use the maximals of Ptahhotep. Now he can go there. Now these are instructions or a collection of teachings, advice about social virtues, justice, kindness, but keep in mind, there's no dietary law. They was eating swine and crocodiles. You know what I'm saying? But this is only 18 pages long, and Shaka wants to get in front of the community. I'm almost done, really. He wants to say that we took our book of Proverbs from this. Our book of Proverbs is 31 chapters.
Man,
in the book of Proverbs, it gives wisdom to children and adults. This only gives you, the maximum of Ptahhotep only gives you wisdom to a child. See, so there's differences. As well, the book of Proverbs teaches us the things that God hates. Our book is.
Should I let you continue comparing it to the wrong text?
Because I'm trying to let you know what
you're comparing it to the wrong text, bro.
You should tell Shaka this.
No, not Shaka. You need to know Shaka's doing the right thing. You keep saying the maximum of Ptahhotep. There's no place where they compare the maxims of Ptahhotep to Proverbs.
But he's saying that these Proverbs.
You're talking about Amenemopeh. You're talking about Amenemopeh. See?
Okay.
Don't forget that.
Oh, no. Okay, listen.
Where did Proverbs come from? Amenemopeh.
You keep cutting me off.
I keep cutting you off. I keep letting you rock.
Okay, Amenemopeh. How do you Hotep, Hetep, Hotep, Huppertu? How do you pronounce it? Correct me when I'm wrong, okay?
No, see, here's the thing. Pronunciation is one thing, and the incorrect name and the wrong person is another thing. See, Ptahotep can't be I'm in the mope, so that's not pronunciation.
Okay, well, can you tell me if I'm wrong on this? Ptahotep, only thing it has is a collection of teachings about kindness, modesty, justice, social virtues, and advice. That probably could compare to Proverbs. Could probably. I don't know how thick it is, but one of your things that you got compared to Proverbs is only 18 pages long, which he said is Amenhotep, not Ptahotep.
So you keep tripping off how many pages it is, but you gotta realize.
But bro, I can read
in the text.
Bro, you cut me off though.
Dude, no, I came in right at the appropriate point.
You say
once you was finished, but you just started talking. You just kept talking while I was talking. That's what happened.
So listen, it's only 18 pages, right?
Dude, you keep on talking about how many pages you got. Right? How does the first verse start? They talk about 30. How many sayings of wisdom? So how many sayings of wisdom?
Y'all to show me where, bro.
It's 33 or 30 sayings of wisdom. It's 33 or 30 sayings of wisdom, bro.
Yeah, okay.
They copied that.
We had 30.
It don't matter how many pages it took to write down them wisdom.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay, go. Let me go into what my Proverbs talk about. This is why you want to shut it down. Your Proverbs or your whatever you call those Proverbs are just wisdom.
All right, I'm gonna have to show you something.
You want to cut me off? That's what you're showing me. Because you're showing me that you don't want to get this.
I bet you your internet gonna fall off. Something gonna happen when I start showing.
So can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead.
All right. Their Proverbs, like I said, is only 18 pages long, right? All right. Ours is 31 books. Our Proverbs deal with God. Yours don't. You're dealing with fleshly issues.
He can't see the screen.
In our Proverbs, we're dealing with a spiritual. Come on, brother, please. Brother, I know you. I know it hurts because you're trying to protect.
Faking like I'm cutting you off ain't working. The crowd is wise. Everybody here, I'm letting you speak, and you cutting me off.
Okay. Let me just say this. Look, see, our proverb teaches us what God hates. Note 14 types of actions on people that He hates. Your Proverbs don't do nothing like that. See, these are guidelines of what we are not to do and what to do. Our book of Proverbs deals with spirituality. Yours don't. You guys don't deal with spirituality. You guys don't believe in the afterlife. You guys think everything is in the here and now, and these people are crazy. So how is He going to bring these writings to y'all? None of these writings that he's going to be very limited. We got a whole book. You see? So I'm gonna land my plane right here, all right? Because I want you to get your wisdom writings out. That's what I want to see. Because I have searched far and wide, and I have named all these: the Book of the Heavenly Cow, the Great Hymns of Atom, the Maximus of Ptahotep, the Book of the Dead, the Story of Sanu. I mean, I went everywhere, bro. Mm-hmm. That normally y'all won't even hear from an Israelite. Y'all won't hear none of this except from
now you gonna call this cutting you off, huh?
Zion Lex.
But you don't know when to stop talking. That's the difference. When you saying stuff that's of no, when your words start to become of no consequence to the conversation.
This is why I do my own teachings. I visit. I don't stay long because these guys can't take it. Because you know why? Because he used to.
I knew you was about to leave, bro. I knew you was about to leave.
This is what you do.
I did not call it.
Go ahead. Give us the wisdom right.
You see the screen? You see the screen?
What's that?
So this is Adolf Erman's position on the Book of Proverbs.
No. I don't want to hear that. I want you to bring me. See, this is what I told you he can't do, y'all. Bring me the wisdom writings that he's going to bring.
That's what I'm doing.
That's the Book of Proverbs.
I know, and I'm going to show you.
That's the Bible.
This is what you need to see.
No.
First, I want to show you.
Let him make his point.
He won't let me talk, but I know I'm the one who got all the control. I'm just illustrating what type of character he is. Feel me? You don't know how to hold your horses, bro.
Yeah, I know. So you because you used to talking.
Hold your horses.
He's bringing a Book of Proverbs. Nothing from
Do you see this word right here? It's 30 sayings in Proverb. It don't matter how many pages it took them to write the 30 sayings. Now, how many sayings is it in I'm in the mope? It corresponds exactly to the number 30 numbered in the chapters of Amen and Moped. Okay? Okay?
I'm going to go get my Bible.
Hold on. What your Bible gonna do?
You keep talking.
All right, I'm gonna get some water. You get your Bible. I'm gonna get some water, and we gonna see what worked best. Just see if your Bible could beat water. All right. Social, what's up? Hold on.
We gonna see what your book did. Okay.
Look, you got the floor right now. I'm going to get some water. Go ahead.
We can sing together, but we can't talk together. We're gonna see what your Proverbs deal with, and then I'm gonna show you what ours deal with. See, he's not gonna tell you what it goes into. That's what you're gonna go first. Then I'm gonna bust your head with my Bible. Watch this.
Go ahead and make your point, JJ. I'm listening. You teaching right now. Go. You done left the scene, JJ?
I'm back. Hold on. Black Lion.
JJ, you know, made that man go get his Bible.
Oh, no. See? Oh, he ran.
Hey, I'm right here.
Hostile escape. Yep, you called it. Look, he called it in the chat.
No, watch this. Hold up. Where you at?
Oh, how you come back that quick? Where was you at?
I was going to get my Bible. What you got?
Oh, you had disappeared for a minute. It looked like you
as soon as you came back, we go get your water and call a friend because I heard you whispering. You know, hey, I was getting my Bible right underneath the couch. Now
you heard me whispering, huh?
Yeah, I heard you calling on. And Tahuti and all your Kemetic friends. All right, now we can go to the book of Proverbs, Psalms, Proverbs.
But the Bible not about to get past this can of this jar of water.
This. And then, I'm just going to put it to you like this.
So you're going to go to Proverbs?
Start with some of yours.
Do me a favor. All right, do me a favor. Read 22:20.
Hold on. Listen, watch this. Hold up. Listen to this. Things that God hates. This is what our Bible did with in Proverbs.
Tell me what you read.
Bro, I know you're being rude on purpose. Do you want to go first? Matter of fact, you go first.
I know you fake because I said tell me what you reading. How you going to act like that was something big?
Listen.
See, I said tell me what you reading. Why you doing this?
Yeah. Okay, listen. This how we're going to do this. We're going to do this like men. Not to try to make me look like I'm screaming and yelling because you keep interrupting me. But I would too if I was you. Because you can't even bring your Proverbs to the table. Bring me your 30 Proverbs. I'm going to write them down, and then I'm going to bust your head and show you.
You already got them written down. They're in your Bible.
I got them. Now I need you to bring them out.
They're on the screen, bro. You just acting funny.
Go ahead, read them. All right, start with yours. Go ahead. Let me see what
you got. But do me a favor. Can you read Proverbs 22:20?
No, start from your first one, bro. Start from the beginning.
It's Proverbs 22:20.
Show us the context of your first to beginning, bro.
See, this is what I'm telling you. I'm in the Moped starts at Proverbs 22:20.
How do you understand Proverbs, bro? Let me tell you how we understand.
You want to read that? Please. Read.
Like I say, listen. Listen, because this is a joke. You know why it's a joke? Because they don't have anything. So he wants to try to say this.
So you really don't want to read Proverbs 22:20? Then I'll read it.
I want to read my Proverbs.
All right, read your Proverbs.
Bro, I would call you out on Sonetta, bro, where you ain't got the goddamn mic, bro. Because you're starting to run. That's what you're doing. Now, understanding Proverbs. This is how I know y'all don't have an understanding of it. See, in our description, it breaks down the three ways of how we understand it, right? It deals with contrasting, comparing, and completing, right? Meaningful and application comes from the differences or contrast between the two statements of the proverb. That's contrasting. You can find that examples in Proverbs 10:3, Proverbs 14:11, and Book 18. Now the comparing part, y'all don't do this. Meaning and application comes from the similarities or comparisons between the two statements of the proverb. What are you guys talking about? Hold up. Let's keep going. Let's keep going, bro. See, wisdom applies to truth. The person who has wisdom is kind, is loyal, who trusts the Lord, who turns away from evil, knows right from wrong. This is in our Proverbs. Listens and learns, does what is right. In Proverbs 8 and 9, that's in Proverbs 3 and 4, the father's instruction, right? In Proverbs 8 and 9, it goes to the wisdom that speaks. It discovers knowledge and discernment. You see, hate, it teaches you about hate, pride, and arrogance. See, your Proverbs don't give you a list or order or anything. So I can go into this. I can do a class on this, bro. Or we can just listen to you want to compare something that's a parallel. Parallelism is what it's called. All cultures had wisdom literature from China, from Babylon, from Egypt, from Samaria, from Mesopotamia. All cultures have wisdom literature, poetry, and certain sayings, wish not, won't not, eat an apple today, the doctor, or what. Everybody has this. It's called moral code. Universal law.
Boy. All right, you ain't done, bro. What's up, Black Lion?
What's going on, man?
All I'm asking you to do is read me from the very first paragraph of your wisdom literature. He's not.
I just told you to start at Proverbs.
No. What,
you can't see the screen?
No, I can't because I'm on my phone. So read it.
It say the same thing, Proverbs 22.
No,
You're going to be shocked.
Where's that come from?
You're going to think I'm reading from the Bible.
What is this?
Mm-hmm.
I'm so look.
Start
you
from
see,
one.
Look.
I'll pull it up myself because he don't want to do that, y'all.
It's on the Bible. It's on the screen.
Bro, start from one. Start from one.
Look.
That one you got highlighted right there. What's that say? Chapter what?
Chapter 30.
Chapter 30. It has 30 chapters, dude.
Show me where your Proverbs is talking about God. Go ahead, Black Lion Supreme.
A minimal past. Listen, a minimal past 30 chapters. 7,000. You still only had a few 18 pages.
Yeah, that's what I told you.
30 chapters. 30 chapters. 7,000.
I'm asking you to start from one.
All right, look. What I got on the screen.
One.
Hold on, come on. I've been letting you just go
JJ
do that stuff. I'm not
trying
to. Now calm down a little bit, so we don't have to do the mute thing and stuff.
So
let us get in. Let me show you what I'm trying to show you.
I'm gonna start from one.
Look, hold on. We don't want you to start from one. We want you to listen for a minute. Look on the screen, and you saying you can't see it because you don't want to. You trying to get away from it. So I'm gonna read it from you. I'm in the Moped chapter 30, line 539 says, look to these 30 chapters. They inform and they educate. Proverbs 22 and 20 says, have I not written for you 30 sayings of counsel and knowledge? So first of all, we talking about 30 sayings and 30 chapters. All right. So of knowledge and wisdom. Now, if you want, let's go look at what those 30 are. Since you want to be Mr. Hop out on the, you know how it always, guillotine come down, it come down crazy. Cats don't even know when their head is off. They be like a chicken running around with their head cut off. Now the guillotine coming down. Look, Proverbs 22 and 17, 18. Incline thy ear and hear the words of the wise. See, you just tried to read that and didn't know you was playing yourself. Incline thy ear and read the words of the wise and apply thine heart to my doctrine. For it is pleasant for thou to keep them in the belly that they have established together upon thine lips. But what it say in chapter 1 of Amenemope? Give thine ear. So let's go line for line to show how they bit. Incline thy ear came after give thine ear and hear what I say. They said, and hear the words of the wise. They didn't even want to say it was them. See? Checkmate already. Because Proverbs don't even say, listen to what I say. But Amenemope say, and hear what I say, because he's the source of this. Now look it. Proverbs say, and apply thine heart to the doctrine. Amenemope say, and apply thy heart to apprehend it. Proverbs say, for it is pleasant for thou to keep them in the belly. Amenemope says, it is good for thee to place them in thy heart and let them rest in the casket of the belly. Come on now. And then Proverbs say that they may be established together on thy lips. Amenemope said that they may act as a peg upon thy tongue. Now, this is a direct. This is like, you might get copyright infringement if this was today and you wrote a song and it was that similar. You really wouldn't, because you changed the lyrics a little. But this is just the same as when you was young and you played that game and they said, tell a story in his ear, and they tell 50 people the story and the last person say it a little bit different. Let's go to Proverbs 22 and 22. Rob not the poor, for he is poor, neither oppressed or crushed or lowly in the gate. You don't even know what that means, because they didn't know what it means. Lowly in the gate, it comes from beware of robbing the poor and oppressing the afflicted. Neither oppress or crush the lowly in the gate. Nah, just don't oppress the afflicted. That's where that came from. But they told the story to about 10 kids, and the last kid came out saying, rob not the poor, for he is poor, neither oppressed or lowly in the gate. When it was originally, beware of robbing the poor or oppressing the afflicted. Where you go, JJ? Hostile escape. Threw on the cape and made a hostile escape. Now let's go. It go Proverbs 22, 24, and 5. Do not befriend the man of anger. This is Proverbs. Do not befriend the man of anger, nor go with a wrathful man. This says, associate not with a passionate man, nor approach him in conversation. It's the same thing. It says, lest thou learn his ways and take a snare for thy soul. And this says, leap not to cleave to such a one, that terror can carry thee not away. That terror can carry, whatever. This is where they got it from, and they messed it all up. So if these ain't direct line for line, and we got all 30, and Proverbs telling you they got 30 sayings. So if we got all 30 of the sayings, and we can see where each one came from, you tripping.
Mm-hmm.
Proverbs said,
minimum has 30 chapters.
Thank you. Where you go? What JJ go? They always do that, man. He drank a Red Bull, grew some wings, and said, Pew, it's time to do my cerebrum and my cherubim and get up out of here.
His text is in 8 BCE. The Amenemope is at least 1600 BCE.
Yeah, about 12th dynasty or something like that.
Yes, but you late in the game, bro. You way late. You later than anybody else.
So that let us know. I think some of the Hebrews did indeed have this literature. They did indeed have it, and they did indeed could read it. Like, I'm talking about Amenemope at about the time period that you said they was around coming up with these proverbs. What you said, 8th century?
The 8th century BCE. And that's at best. That's at best.
Yeah.
And Shaka showed, he showed a scholar saying that the book of instructions of Amenemope was in Aramaic. And I found 2 other scholars that backs that up. So it's damn sure possible that they could read the literature, because it's found in they know this because of the connection between Israel and Canaan and when it became Israel and Kemet. So they know that this book was probably there. That's what 3 scholars with PhDs say. You know, so look, Shaka could use what you brought up, the poems, the love poems of Kemet. He could use the instructions of Amenemope. He could use the instructions of Merikati. He could use the Harris Papyrus. He could use all the medical text, the mathematical text.
Yeah.
I mean, it's thousands and thousands.
I mean, it ain't no. If dude try to hinge on dietary laws, I will bring out medical text and beat his ass and say, "Tell me what the Bible say you do if you break a leg."
He got 66 books. How many books Kimmy got?
Show me where it tell you what to do in the Bible to break a leg. I'm not against the Bible. We only on a debate right now. It's useful for what it's used for. When you use it for the wrong thing, you tripping. That's all.
There you go.
Now, show me in there where they tell you what to do if you get a broken arm. I can show you the Kemetic text for that.
Exactly.
Show me where the Bible tell you what to do when you get a headache. So you want to talk about dietary laws? And I can show you all the Kemetic. You know you ain't. I can show you the Kemetic text on that, but people wasn't focused on that. You could eat a lot of things, but they had things you couldn't eat. You wouldn't eat the catfish because of the stories about who? Not Norman, but Osiris. And you wouldn't eat the pig because of the stories about Set. So these dietary laws come from different texts, different types of texts. And a lot of those texts ain't even serious texts. They're not even classified as serious texts.
Dietary laws, and you have Peter eating locusts.
Yeah, even Richard Carrier agrees that the pig taboo you talked about, that even he agrees that comes up from Egypt.
Yeah, that comes from Egypt. There's no doubt about that.
Cassette took the form of a black pig.
There you go.
Yep, and they and somebody had to kill him, and so they was staying away from the pig.
There you go. That's in a story from Kemet of Set to turn it into a pig. That made the pig taboo in Kemet. At first, everybody was using the pig, including Israelites. In lower Canaan, you can find remains of pigs all day long, all night long. Big piles of remains.
As a matter of fact, you said in Lower Canaan?
Yes.
And that's how they know that some of them people, because some of them didn't eat the pig and some didn't, and that's how they know that they was different tribes.
Yeah, they stopped. They changed up once they moved to the hillsides of Canaan. That's when the Israelites, the Canaanites that started the Israelite movement, they came up with their own type of way of life. But before that, they was eating plenty of pig. So stop. And he talking about it's got a God concepts in it. That's what we're trying to get away from. Because your God concept has never done nothing for our people. You've had 400 years of the Bible, over 400 years of the Bible to do something for black people. How's that working for you? It's not. We haven't had 400 years of learning about Kemet. A new sheriff is in town, bruh. And so Shaka is going to mop the floor with the captain. It just is what it is. What it is.
When's the debate? When is the debate?
Saturday.
Now,
he has too much literature.
That is bad timing. They need to start doing that a little better. They'll make more money, and you got to plan the debates better because it is 2 fights on Saturday. And so we got to choose where to put the bread. And, you know, some people don't watch fights, but I do. Israel Adesanya about to fight.
That could be a good fight.
Pereira, and then we got the other fight, right? Or am I wrong? Ain't Tank Davis fighting or not?
Oh, I don't even know. I didn't even check the fight schedule. This first time I'm learning about the fight. It's gonna be Saturday.
Oh, well, I might be wrong, but I know about the Israel Adesanya. But let me cook this real quick. This was on the plate, and I just want to finish for the people who don't know. It say this on Proverbs 22 and 29. Go grab your Bible. If you're at home and you don't believe it, just go grab your Bible. Proverbs 22 and 29, it's going to say, if you, it don't even say if you, they put it in the colons or whatever. Whatever. If you see a man quick in his work, before kings he will stand. Before craven, he will not stand. Now, let me stop and show you something. See, the Israelites, a lot of the ancient Egyptians was illiterate, but they had a system of developing scribes, but Israelites didn't. So they had to change this one because it wouldn't have made sense amongst them. But it clearly said in Amenemope chapter 30, a scribe who is skillful in his business findeth worthy to be a courtier. A courtier is one amongst the king. You see what I'm saying? So they say if you see a man quick in his work, why they change it? Because it won't make sense to them because they illiterate. So saying if you see a man who is a skillful scribe, if he could write good and read good, because if you could write, you could read. And if he's skillful in his business, meaning if he could do it good, then he find himself to be worthy. He gonna be around the king. So this is just ancient Egyptian antidote towards literacy. But they couldn't give you that in their wisdom literature. They want you to think about working hard. So it says, if you see a man quick in his work, didn't they change that? They literally, if you trying to absorb some wisdom literature and one tells you, a scribe who is skillful in his business findeth worthy to be a courtier. And another one tells you, you see a man quick in his work, before kings he will stand, before craven he will not stand, before cravens. Well, one dude is telling you just being fast in your work, but the other one's telling you to be skillful as a scribe. Again, a scribe is about scripture and writing and recording and reading. And so, again, they messed that one up, but it came straight from there. And I didn't make this. You can find this right on Wiki. All you got to do is go to instructions of Amen and Mope, and they got a list of all the scholars that agree with this. I was going to read it before, but JJ didn't want me to read it, so I just didn't.
All the scholars that's going to back up Shaka compared to the
Shaka going to show it.
Compared to the wisdom of 7,000.
Yeah. Debo. So he trying to Debo the information.
Oh, man. Get them out of here, bro.
Yeah.
You're not ready for this. Stop, bro. Stop making a fool out of yourself.
So, man, look, the list continues. Like, look, Proverbs 23, 4 and 5. Get your Bible. It says, toil not to become rich. But Amen and Mope, if you was reading the ancient Egyptian literature, you would have read the same thing before that. Toil not after riches. Now, let's see who giving you the most game. Honestly, the person who biting always mess it up a little bit. So watch. Toil not to become rich and cease from dishonest gain, for wealth maketh to itself wings, like an eagle that flieth heavenward. See? What is that? Like, you're not getting all of that. They not, what are you talking about? Toil, you told me not to try to come rich. Then you just told me for wealth maketh to itself wings like an eagle that flies heavenwards. So what, be poor? Or that's not, they messed up the wisdom literature, but this is where they got it from. Toil not after riches. If stolen goods are brought to thee, they remain not overnight with thee. See? They say they have made themselves like wings of a geese and have flown into the heavens. Now, let me tell you a story. Somebody thought, this is back in the hood. I ain't going to go too much story. Somebody had brought some stolen items to my house thinking it was a slave haven, a safe haven, right? And he told me that he had just robbed one of his best friends. And I didn't do no sucker shit. I strong-armed him right on the spot. Because I said, you just stole this from, wasn't that your best friend, nigga? Yeah, but I said, bro, get up out of here. And I took the shit. And that's how that went down. Because this is what they tell you right here in this wisdom literature. Toil not after the riches. If stolen goods are brought to thee, they remain not overnight with thee. They may have themselves like these geese and have flown into the heavens. Now they talk about they may have wings. So when you steal some shit, as quick as you get it, it's as quick as you're going to lose it. But not necessarily all the time what you just stole. Normally it come back later in your life. But people be having to believe in karma for that shit. But you see, this ain't even talking about karma. They just telling you, bruh, like that rich stuff ain't going to even, that stuff that you got that's stolen ain't going to be there even overnight. But that's facts. It don't go down like that. I don't do that sucker shit. I was like, get up out of here. Like, what you trying to tell me?
Bro, it's not even an argument anymore. They tell you straight up that that's where they got it from. Straight up. It's not even a guess or an argument. They will tell you that that's exactly where they got it from.
So I'm wondering what is fools, that's why JJ took the hostile escape and got up out of here. I was letting him say everything he trying to say. It's funny when we talking, we not sitting here saying, you cut me off. But so, you feel me? Yeah, so he just threw that in there.
This is the same kind of madness he tried to bring up when I went into the sheep's den and took his head off. He always talking about people scared. I walked into his den, bro, his den, and completely decapitated him. And from him using the same type of stupid madness that he's using now. Oh, we have the names of the authors of our books. No, you don't. You don't have not one name of an author of your books. And all the other talking points he tried to use on you tonight, he tried to use that in our debate and got crushed in a biased atmosphere with his judges. Now, when I say, well, come on the platform I want to go on to and let me pick the topic, because I let him pick the topic, he won't do it because he know I will completely destroy him. So nobody don't want no rematch with you. It was easy work, bro. That was one of my first debates I ever did. And I didn't even use a PowerPoint and destroyed you on your own platform. Period. Nobody's scared of the sheep's den. Get up out of here with that. You don't know enough about Kemet to challenge nothing or to be able to say who's going to win, who's not. You just don't know enough. Talking about the Book of the Dead has the tradition of Mark being in Kemet in it. No, it don't. No, it don't. Mark is not in the Pert and Haru. Nowhere in the Pert and Haru. You're reading commentary from Budge. That part of Mark being in Kemet is not in the text. Crazy man. I mean, you're just not ready, man. Just sit down somewhere and let the professionals do what they do. You're gonna try to challenge this man Smash, who reads the text. You can't even read Hebrew or Greek. Get up out of here, bro.
Yeah, took off for real. He gone, huh?
Yeah, he PM'd up out of here. Don't take. Even if your phone died, you would have got to charge a hella quick because you know everybody gonna say you ran.
Yeah, you said he was gonna run though. He said.
Like when that be happening to me, sometimes you can get the benefit of the doubt that your phone might die, and now you don't got to charge it too. So Yahweh did you bad. Proverbs 23:10. Remove not the widow's landmark, and enter not into the field of the fatherless. I'm in the Mope 6. Remove not the landmark from the bounds of the field, and violate not the widow's boundary. Come on, man.
Look at that. I mean, on and on and on and on.
Yeah. 30 chapters. Adhere to these 30 chapters that we brought y'all from Kemet.
Yeah, talking about you got 18 pages. Man, that's why I know you didn't never seen the book, the instructions of a Mope in your life, bro. Never. Talking about it got 18 pages. No, it has 30 chapters. I'm sitting there listening to this. I'm like, man, let me get up here and show that this thing. And then as soon as you put it up, what did it say? Chapter 30, first line.
That's why I was like, read the first line, bro.
First line, it says chapter 30. While you talking about 18 pages. You don't know nothing about this text, bro. Stop. You don't know nothing about. You have the Pert and Haru in your hand from Budge and still don't know nothing about it. Period. This man literally said the tradition of Mark being in Kemet is in the Pert and Haru.
So when the mistake we make is when we go to, because I thought that for a long time. Like, I used to have my Book of the Dead on my bookshelf next to the Bible or something. You feel me? Thinking that that's the same category. And I just was thinking I'm messing that up too, because the way it's compiled, and you can buy versions of E.A. Wallace Budge's Book of the Dead that actually, it ain't got the leather cover, but I got an old version that kind of looked like he tried to compile it like biblical text.
Exactly, because he's using commentary to compare some of the things that's in the Bible to the Pert and Haru, bro. That's all it is. But if you know this more than I do. If you just read the text of the Pert and Haru, you know good and well Mark is not in there. Mark is not in there. What's he talking about?
None of that stuff is in there.
No. Oh, it's right here in the book. This is what he said live on Sinetta. The mark was in Egypt. It says it right here in the book of the dead. No, it don't. That's what Blood's just saying. Ah, man, I'm just. Whoa. If the captain come like that, bro, it's gonna be a short debate. Everybody gonna be able to watch the fight and everything else because it's gonna be over with in the first 5 or 6 minutes. The shock is just gonna bring up a whole bunch of administration texts, and it's just gonna be a bloodbath, bro. Poems
But
from
the topic,
like
but the topic ain't allowing enough. You know, the topic kind of crazy.
It's just like, what's best for our people? The Bible, which we've had for 400 years, is still in last place.
But
or
I,
the
don't, I mean,
text.
I wouldn't have took that debate because I think we're looking at it wrong. So somebody needs to work what's really best for us into there, because look at other people. What literature is they reading to make them successful?
They're reading stuff like scholarly books, math books.
That's what I'm saying. Science books, exactly.
Books,
and we talk about what ancient Bible tradition gonna make us tight, man. I don't believe
exactly.
That shit.
But at least in Kemet, you can find science, you can find math, you can find medical texts. You can't find none of that in the Bible. None of that.
That's true.
When you got sick in the Bible, they sent you to an exorcism, to somebody to perform an exorcism on you for a common cold. That's what they would call a demon. It's going to be a bloodbath. Goodness, you don't have any high science unless you're talking about making olive oil or pressing wine or sheep herding. Man, you don't have a chance.
Yeah, they wasn't making wine better than in Egypt, though. So I wouldn't even bring up making wine.
You're right. Shit. You're right.
They mastered that shit.
So they got olive oil and sheep herding. Oh, no structures, no monuments, no administration that's worth speaking of. No armies that you really can talk about. No, nothing. No political. Nothing. Goodness, man.
Yeah.
It's not.
So all those conversations is just like, that's fluff. That's keeping some stuff that was going on in the 70s and the 80s. It's keeping it going on. It got us. It's dying out, but that's the like last little leg of it. What book we need to read, what tradition to change to help our people. Man, shut that shit up. None of that shit can help nobody. Who do that? Just look at examples of other people who do that. So let me say something. So let's just say something was going on in England, right? And they was doing their own thing. I don't know much about it, but I know some fools like Benjamin Franklin, and they was criminals and stuff. And they got up out of there and they started America. That's just what happened. You know what I'm saying? You know how that went down, though. I mean, you know how it went up. I'm just explaining it. What was they reading? Was they like, ooh, we need to not be Christian, we need to be ancient Egyptian in order to pull this off? Or think about anything. Maybe you want to go to Toussaint, Leoverture, or what, and Duty Tufman? What was it? Am I saying the names wrong? But what was they reading in Haiti, though? They was just probably reading the Bible.
Yeah, well, you know, they were under the British, or the French. So if they probably, this is why what Bookman said, give them back their God. So they had to have had the Bible for him to even say that.
Yeah, they gave it back, but I don't think, I mean, they might, yeah, spirituality is a part of it, but people who over here thinking they did some magic voodoo and some shit happened, that's kind of like probably pseudo too. They definitely wasn't under the auspices of, they had a black god most likely, and so that helped them. Duty Bookman is what I was trying to say. Yeah,
Duty Bookman, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, I'm asking the question: did they go read some ancient text to say let's fight and situate ourselves better in our current everyday situation?
Well, I know they knew about Ogun and they knew about Shango. So I think that was from Bookman. I think he brought that over there because I think where was he from? Jamaica or something like that, I think. So he brought over, I think he brought over Ogun and Shango and told his people to give back the white man back his God. We're gonna roll with Ogun, the god of war, and that's how they won and defeated the French. And without the Haitian Revolution, the the Louisiana Purchase would have never happened because it was because of them beating them that they almost went bankrupt and had to sell Louisiana. So we don't even have Louisiana without the Haitian Revolution.
I was tripping off how the police don't get involved in nothing economic really. They police crimes, right? Like if you steal something from somebody, that's an economic situation, but ultimately that's because you committed the crime of thievery and losing money and London debt and all that interest. Ain't no police type situation for that. So they got what they call regulations or what have we. But that lets you know that what game needs to be played. If you are considering a fight that's physical, they have, there are things for that, right? But the society could still run, you see what I'm saying, while that fight was happening, so to speak. You know how many times we be at real war and we don't even notice it? Like you might notice it a little bit like, damn, gas prices higher. But other people is at real ass war, like, oh, a bomb down the street. Right. On this earth, they just living on a different landmass. And so, I don't know.
What they call it, a proxy war? I think that's the term for it, something like that. I can't remember. I think it's called a proxy.
I'm thinking about real war that's happening that ain't on our turf, and we so much of a power that.
Yeah, like now, like we're involved in the war between the Ukraine and Russia because we're supplying the Ukraine with weapons. So that would be like a proxy war for us, even though we're not in it directly. I think that's what it's called.
I didn't know that.
I think that's what it's called. Yeah. So anytime you're in a situation like that where you're supplying weapons or you're giving some type of advice, they call it a proxy war. I think that's the term. So yeah, I get what you're saying. You're absolutely right. You don't have to be directly involved in a war to be in a war. But that's important because if the Ukraine fails and Russia takes over the Ukraine, then you have Poland next, and that's going to cause the Americans that would cause us to have to get into it. Then we would have to get into it directly. So that's
when
why
we talk about what the people need, a lot of the time it leads towards some people out of a certain fashion was talking about a certain type of a fight. I've heard that often in my life. And you know what? I've learned a lot about fighting, and I also learned a lot about strength, to where what we learn about those two terms coming up in the hood, it ain't necessarily really what it is. Like the only way we really know fighting is fisticuffs. Then we started to learn that you could fight with literature but it just don't necessarily it wasn't intended to mean get some guns at all point in time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's facts.
But some people take it and go that route. Now, that's never going to be a winning means if you don't got no economic means, because guns cost money. And so most nations know the more money they get, the more weapons they can buy and stuff. I'm talking about the big nations and stuff. You see what I'm saying? Now, the more they could put into research and development and stuff. And I don't know where we lose that, because we start talking about what should we go over, ancient Egypt or the Bible. But when nations is doing things that oppress people, none of that stuff is concerned really. It don't concern what they read too much. It's the type of oppression you're gonna go through. Then, well, if you got oppressed by somebody Islamic, it's gonna be a certain way. I mean,
that's very true. If you're not talking about building infrastructure, if you're not talking about building up the economy, if you're not talking about political arenas and things like that, then it doesn't make a lot of sense. But the thing about it is, if you're going to compare the two, then you have to lean towards Kemet because they had all that. What these Israelites have besides sheep?
So here goes something that I would go in on because I don't know if people can find socialism or, well, some people might not say that, but I talked with Now Valley Hebrew about how I feel that Kemet was not a slave dictatorship, but more of a socialist structure based on the storehouses. And what was placed in the storehouse would give you credit to take stuff out of the storehouse at a later time. And so you would want to be producing with your family so you could be balling. Like, man, I put hella wheat in the storehouse. Get us some meat, get us some fish. You feel me?
Exactly.
I don't know, but people, but in the Bible, what we get in that regard, that I think is like banking, dog. Because I didn't hear about interest. Now, do they talk about interest in the Bible? They talk about, well, they talk about it in Islam somewhere, but I mean, I don't know about in the Quran. But somewhere in the tradition of Islam, it's not supposed to be good to charge interest to your brother, correct?
Correct. You can't, but you can do it to foreigners.
So that means they're talking about the banking system and what turned into the banking system in that tradition. But when we come back to Judaism, this is where we get the bankings, because Jesus flipped over the banker tables, right?
Right, but guess look who's running the temple. I mean, who's in control of the temple are the Romans. So yeah, technically, the temple of Jerusalem was a bank. There's no doubt about that. But how? Where's the revenue coming from? The revenue is coming from people going in there buying animals to slaughter, to sacrifice to Yahweh. That's
but the system of interest came into effect in these ancient times. But it wasn't in Kemet, right? But it started in it started at a time that I don't know, but I know for a fact that Jesus supposedly flipped over some banker tables. And in the Quran, I don't know if it's in the Quran, but I know somewhere in Islamic tradition that you're not supposed to charge interest. So they knew about banking techniques that we still don't know about today, like annual percentage rate. They obviously didn't know about an APR, but somebody with math skills did. Say, if you're charging me this much interest, then I got to grow this much wheat in order to replenish the storehouse, and you charging me interest? You see what I'm saying? Well, I don't know, but that's two different things that I see coming up out of those type of traditions.
The Mennonite Jews were good at that. They were the money lenders of ancient times. This is why they was getting kicked out of everywhere they went, because people didn't want to pay them back. They didn't want to pay them the money back. As a matter of fact, that's what happened in Germany. You have them being kicked out over and over and over again out of Germany, and then brought back in because people wanted the money, and then they would kick them back out because they didn't want to pay. So you have Christians killing Jews because they didn't want to pay back the money that they borrowed.
So understanding that, I'll keep going. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. That's why I wanted to say that they were the money. They would go to the king, or the king would go to them, of these different nations, and have them collect taxes for them. And so that's how they became money lenders. This is happening in Spain. This is happening in France. This is happening in Portugal. That's how all the hatred towards the Jews really happened. And remember, there was a ban on Jews in England during the time of King James. That's why when they tell you, "Oh, we was in England," no, bro. In the time of King James, before King James, there was a ban on you Jews.
So let's slow down a little bit.
Because of your money lending.
So that's 14. What time is that, King James?
I think this. What is the name of that? Is
that 15, 12, 14, 11? It's around there. What time is it? Those two dates is popping in
11, which is the King James Bible. So it goes beyond 1511. So I think it started in either 14 or 15 or the 14.
So let's go a little bit slower though, because we gotta understand the Jews of Spain and the Jews in that area that were along with the Moors of whatever denomination, because they had different type of Moors. They all wasn't black actually, and we know that. And we find very few black Moorish commanders, but there were a large contingency of what we know as black Moors, so they're not wrong saying that. But when I challenge them and show you, okay, show me a Moorish commander, we start to lose it. But I don't want to get off the topic because we're talking about the expulsion of Moors and Jews starting before King James in 1492.
Right. Yeah, it's before King James.
Yeah, in 1492.
I forget the king. I think I forget the king that did it. I have it in my
It might have been Boa or something. The name Bo, some Spanish king
something
named
like
Bo.
that.
He made the last Moorish king kiss his feet. He made dude kiss his feet. We can look him up, but it's like the last Moorish king had to kiss this dude named Bo feet. It's gonna be like Bowman or something, but it's kind of in my memory, but I just don't remember his name.
Yeah, the Inquisition started in France. The first Inquisition started in France. Then it moved to Spain. Then it moved to Portugal.
But just in probing what we're talking about, that expulsion had nothing to do with, like, at least I don't know if it had anything to do with a banking tradition. And I kind of like know that the Jews were allowed to live amongst, believe it or not, those Moors who went up there and took over wasn't tripping off the Jews. It was when they started losing. You know why? It's because the Jews wasn't ready to fight against them as readily. You know,
they talking about the Inquisitions?
Yeah, during the whole time. Well, so that's looking. So when we talk about it, it's just depending on which perspective you looking at it from.
Well, the Inquisitions did have to do with money. You have money lenders, Jewish money lenders.
I must have messed up because Inquisition dealing with the church, right? I'm talking about the Reconquest stuff.
That's the excuse they used to persecute them.
Yeah, see, that's not what I'm talking about.
But the real reason was the money. That was the real reason.
You might be right, but I made a mistake, and I wasn't talking about the Inquisitions. I'm talking about the Reconquesta.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And when they're trying to take back over, when the Spanish is trying to take back over the Iberian Peninsula from the Moors. And the Jews got caught up in that. This is before King James now.
That was the Arabs. The Arabs was Moors, and then you have Berbers, and then you had Africans. They gave the Africans the worst part of Spain, which was by France, where they had ran the Spaniards too. So you have Africans battling the Spaniards that was ran up into France. So they had the worst part of Spain. Then you had the Berbers, who had the second best part of Spain, and you had the Arabs, who had the best parts of Spain. So that's how that was. So once they got together, the Spanish got back in power and ran them up out of there. And so now you're going to, like you said, about 1492, which is about the beginning almost the beginning of the Inquisitions. That are beginning to start.
So that's how that go down, and so that's what they could get. So now we got to learn how a lot of this stuff, tools, torture devices, even the Catholic headpiece, which we know as a KKK gown, is because as the Inquisition started, Christopher Columbus was about to happen. During that same time, see, they gained the power. The Reconquest was over, so now they could put in this Inquisition stuff. It's really about inquiring. I thought it was about inquiring whether you was doing the faith correctly.
Right. It was about if you were a Christian or not.
And you was a witch or not.
What you call crypto Jews who was pretending to be Christians but really still practicing Judaism. They actually ran over to the Americas with some during the Atlantic slave trade, but they were hunted down by the Inquisition and burnt alive at the stake when they was caught in America. They would catch them in America and burn them at the stake. I got all the pictures of this. I got the paintings of this, bro. I got all the information on this. They used to put
so let's slow down, bro, because you making some facts that I was trying to make. You just said that they would come. Oh my God, bro! If I could, we gotta build on this and do a whole show on it, because I always was saying, just like I just said it. Remember, I said that the torture devices, the tools that they used in the Inquisition got transported to America via the Christopher Columbus. So what happened was, you just said they would burn them at the stake for the Inquisition, but you don't remember that's what the KKK do in front of a black man house. The stake is a cross, and if they burn you on the stake, they making a cross from the Inquisition and they burn the cross. And so what they saying when they putting that cross on the... See, we didn't even understand why they burning a cross. Because they literally saying you're going to get burnt on this joint just like we used to do in the Inquisition.
Yeah, they would go into Africa where the Jews ran into West Africa. And then you had the Jews that was involved in the slave trade. These crypto Jews, they call them crypto Jews. And then they would run to the Americas. They would sneak over to the Americas trying to get away from the Inquisition.
Are you sure? Because as my understanding that they had went up into other places and got themselves established, even though they got themselves established still in the slave trade, but they had a lot of the Jews. See, let's go back to where we was at. So we pinpointed how they got dealt with at the times before 1492, it wasn't no white people in control to be saying in that area to be saying what to happen to the Jews. That's why when the Moors let them live, that it wasn't no big thing. Now then we got to after 1492 and we discussed all of the Inquisition start and how they brought all of that over to brought certain things over to Kemet. But I was, dang, man.
Bro, I'm telling you, I'm gonna send you all the literature I got on it and all my paintings and stuff that I got of them being burnt alive. I got the paintings of this happening to them, and it was because the Spanish Inquisition agents would track those Jews down. These crypto Jews who were pretending that they were Christians. They pretend like they converted into Christianity. That was the only way you could avoid it.
All right, but so that's what the Inquisition is about, finding out if your conversion or if your practice is 100% authentic.
Right. It's about converting into Christianity, and these Jews would act like they converted, but they still was practicing Judaism.
They had names for these people. So of the Moors who composed, if it went like this, they kicked you out, but you could stay if you convert. And so if you was a Moor and you converted, you became known as a Morisco. All right. And now they had similar names for Jews who so-called converted. And you saying that they would start the Inquisition now to see, are you really at your house practicing Judaism?
Right. Are you truly converted? So a lot of Jews ran to Americas. And so the Spanish Inquisition agents will follow them to the Americas, find them, tie them to the stake, and burn them alive.
All right, so right here, let's go. That's the part where I was trying to go back slow over it so I could get my understanding right on that part. Because as I understand, so you talking about basically, let's say this is the options, because this is how it went. You could leave or you could stay. If you leave, you don't gotta convert. But if you stay, and you definitely gotta convert. Now, if you stay and you lying, then we gonna burn you at the stake and do all of this obnoxious stuff or whatever.
But if you leave, and you didn't, and you if you stayed, that means you had to be a Christian. If you left and tried to escape that condition, they would track you down no matter where you went, to the Americas, to Africa. They didn't care. No matter where you went, they would track you down and execute you.
I got you, but that sounds different what you initially said, because it don't address the fact that there was an expulsion in order to let the people who didn't want to convert, they didn't want to fight no more, they kicked them out. So they just like, you gotta go. So that why would they go chase a fool down who was practicing wrong if they just let the people who don't even want to do it just go to other areas?
Because they were still representing the Spain. They still was representing Portugal. See, most of the Jews, this is what people don't know. Most of the Jews did not leave. Only a certain amount of Jews left. Most of them converted to Christianity or pretended like they did. They pretended like they did. So under the orders of the queen or the king, I think it was the queen, if you were caught pretending like you was a Christian, you were subject to be executed. And they didn't care where you ran to. But most of the Jews did not run. I mean, did not leave Spain. They didn't leave Portugal. Most of them stayed. And so if you stayed under the auspice of you being a Christian, you were punished for that. If you was really not practicing Christianity.
Well, I have not did much studies on, I just like to say that, on the ones that came by the method that you talking about, the Jews. I know they exist, and I know I'm corroborating everything you're saying, but I'm saying I spent time researching the certain Jewish companies that got set up by going through, where are the Danish from? I don't know why. It ain't in my hand right now. I was about to say the Danish was from Dan. Where are the Danish people from?
Yeah. The Netherlands, I think. Something like that.
Okay, well, they went up there, yeah. Now, it was some, they got scattered amongst Europe, as we see, because then stuff happened later. But particularly, they went and had a situation with the Danish where they founded some Danish, it was really Jewish, but it was like a Danish, some type of factory, and they got involved in the slave trade.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
So I didn't know, my research had led me along. Denmark, they said, okay, yeah, Denmark, yeah, that's what it's called, like the Denmark, it was like the Denmark Trading Company or something like that. But it was one of the earliest American companies that came over here, and actually they was into slavery. And so I'm learning. So teach me more.
Money lending with the Jews go way back, bro. Way back into Barcelona. Way back, bro. I'm gonna send you everything I got on it, because it's been a long time since I did the study on this.
Well,
so I can't remember everything
about it today.
I can't remember everything off the top of my head, but I got all this stored up. I'll send it to you.
So lending is an ancient thing, but getting, and interest is a foreign intrusion on lending that has caused the world to go into the spiral that we in right now. Mm-hmm. And if people don't understand it, it's just what we're discussing. So it's also,
they could charge interest on anyone that wasn't a Jew. If you wasn't a Jew, they could, and it was like half, bro. It was high. It was like, could be like 50%. It was way high, but they couldn't do that to a fellow Jew, but they could do it to anybody else. The Arabs practiced the same thing. All these people of the Abrahamic faiths practiced this: the Christians, the Jews, and the Arabs.
Well, right now we're in a Christian nation, and we have a banking system that prevails only off the interest. People don't know how banks make money. Banks don't make money nothing off creating money and then charging interest on money they just created. Golly, the bank don't look. They got away from saying savings and loans because people started to figure out your savings is somebody else's loan.
Exactly.
People got to start realizing that, and that's how the system really worked. If you understand that, you start investing in your own community more.
Same thing with the Federal Reserve Bank.
Because it go like this.
The Reserve Bank has something to do with the federal government, and it doesn't. It has nothing to do with the federal government.
Not anything more than Federal Express.
Which is also ran by the Jews.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm not going to start doing one of those things and start making like I'm...
Check it out. Check out the founder of the Federal Reserve Bank.
All right,
check it out.
But yeah, you know, I don't want to start making them Kanye accusations. But if you're right, you're right. Facts is facts. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. You remember, they used to play both sides of the fence. Like during World War II, they was funding the war on both sides of the fence. The Federal Reserve
somebody
Bank
said, don't ask for a loan. Again, now you got to know how to be right. So I don't agree with don't ask for a loan just because of the evils of interest that'll be waged against me. I understand the evils of interest. I know how to hop through the hoops. I'm going to make it harder for them to charge me that much for the money. Then I'm going to flip because that's my culture. Flip
damn
Wilson.
right.
So if you don't apply your culture, you're supposed to be able to really hustlers could beat any interest rate.
You already
I'm
know.
going to tell you something that I learned today that I knew I was on point. I was watching an economic video and he started talking about how the Fed will get what they call overdraft loans. Now, don't think about this in the situation of your bank account because you got overdraft protection and whatever, but they charge you too much in a bank account for an overdraft loan. But it confirmed what I had in my confirmation about penalties and fees. And so I know this ain't no business knowledge or nothing. This is just a crazy person talking, so I'm going to break it down. I ain't crazy,
No, you
but I'm
on
going to break
point,
it
bro.
down.
You
I don't want
on
nobody
point.
to misapply the information.
You on point, fam. Go ahead. Because
So
the name of the game is spending other people's money. Everybody knows this. It's into money.
So say you owe 10 G's to somebody and they got you on the interest thing, right? Or whatever. You owe 10 G's and by the end of the year, the interest gonna hit you to where you're gonna owe them $11,000. Most people flippity skip and be like, I need to hurry up and get them 10 G's. That's silly. That means in a year you can't make more than that off 10 G's. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm like, okay, all you're gonna do is penalize. Now this is just crazy talk, like I said, but tell me how it's wrong because I listened to a real economist talk and he said this is what the Fed do every day. And banks be not having the money and then they'll get there, but they'll still draw on and give it to you and they be getting the overdrafts from the Fed, bro. So don't even strip. You feel me? The bank get overdraft fees from the Fed, but they say, oh, it's called an overdraft loan. If I pulled that up and talked about the Fed, everybody brain gonna be blew away like, oh, hell no.
Remember when the Raiders were in Oakland, they wanted a new stadium. A lot of people think the Raiders bought that stadium with their own money. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They used another person's money. A rich man's money to build that stadium, and they used Vegas.
Hold on. Let me slow down.
Money to build it.
You right though, but my man in the chat said a bank can lend out 10 times the money. That's actually 100% right. S. Murphy says at the end you still owe. If you keep flipping, nah, bro. You got it. So that's why I'm in these developer classes right now to understand that ain't exactly true. And I know how to get up out of any type of debt at the beginning of the deal.
Of course, it's not true.
The very beginning,
but give the investors a percentage of your property or whatever it is that you have put up. Just like the investors in the Raiders stadium, they all have a percentage. They're all making their money back. Even the taxpayers. That's how that goes.
So what we studying now is building construction loans and building houses and how to get them for no money down and how to do it. Now let's just think about the process. If you draw up a good deal where the asset that you will build, it's called ABV or ARV. ABV is the after build value. ARV is the after repair value.
There you go.
In a good market, most lenders gonna lend on. In a good market, lenders will you might can find lenders that's gonna lend on the ABV, the after build value, which is good because some lenders gonna lend on cost, and they want you to have some stake in the game. So if it costs you $300,000 to build, they might lend you 70% of that or whatever. You feel me? And say, okay, this is a typical construction job. But if you get them to lend on the value of what's gonna be built. Now, the reasons why we talking about, to the end of it, we find out that you ain't going to have no money. So the construction loan you got, it ends at the date that the asset is accumulated. This is what I mean.
Exactly.
If you
That's
got
the game of borrowing money.
Exactly.
It's very important to be able to borrow money. You never don't want to not do it. You don't want to put your own self in debt. So you always want to try to spend somebody else's money for your ventures, if possible.
Yeah, that's how that works. That's why they got lending, and if we know how to make it work for ourselves, then you won't get that debt. So what we talking about is now they loaned you $300,000 or a portion of $300,000 for an asset that's going to be worth $500,000. Just to do easy math, an asset with an after bill value going to be $500,000. They loaned you $3. But they want their money back at.
Of course.
Yeah, construction loans, they're going to normally want their money back the day that the construction is finished. Exactly. And so now you owe hella money and you got to pay that back on the payment date. But you got a brand new asset worth $100,000 more than.
Exactly. So how do you counter that? You get sponsors.
You could go right to another bank. You go right to another bank and do a real mortgage then, right? So you could go right. So we're gonna talk about walking this because dude's talking about how at the end you owe the money. So say you want to pay dude out, get him up out of that $300,000. Right now you got $100,000 in equity sitting in the house. You could tap into it in the refi, and you made $100,000 and you got a situation, if the deal was drawn right, that the rent obviously is gonna take that. Or if you just want to walk, you sell it right then at build. So for the flip situation, a person who borrowed $300 to build a house that was worth $400 or $500, how is he still having the debt after he just flipped it?
So how is he still having the debt? Is because he still owes the bank. So if he still owes the bank, now how do you counter that?
No. He sold it. So say we built it. It took us 24 months, and we took 2 years to build it, and it's built. Now they want their money back, but we put it on the market, and so it's on the market for.
Yeah. So what you're gonna do is you're going to put in the price of the house their money and some.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking to my man in the chat. If you keep flipping, you still sue the debt. No, because if you keep flipping, your equity keep growing, and eventually you're going to be flipping with cash.
Oh, yeah. That's how you do that for sure. That's how you do that. And you're going to win because the house is going to be worth that, especially here in California. You're going to make that money and then some. Now, if me and you was building, say we build in some type of club or some type of amusement park. Now what we're finna do is get sponsors. We're finna get sponsors and then and pay them their money back through sponsorship. That's what we're gonna do. That's exactly what they did in Vegas with the Raiders.
Yeah,
that's why it's called Allegiant Stadium. That's a sponsor. They have sponsors all over the stadium. If you go there, you'll see none but sponsors all over the stadium.
Let me give somebody a joke. Any place where they got the marijuana legal, you could get a license for the day, and them the newest biggest sponsors, dude. The newest biggest sponsors is companies in the marijuana industry. Probably tech sponsors too. I don't want to mess it up. If you got some tech,
of course. That's what they're trying to do with the Coliseum right now. It's turning into a tech zone. Same thing. What they're going to do, the same thing you just said. Exactly that. That's how they're going to make their money.
Do cats know how to get sponsors? I mean, not you. I'm just like, you know how I do on my show, and I love to share information. I don't know about
cats, but I do.
Yeah, exactly. You feel me? It's kind of like the grant writing. Well, it's not really like grant writing, but if you heard sponsorship decks is something that we can familiarize ourselves with. I'm about to just share my screen. I ain't got
what you want to do is write proposals. That's going to get you sponsors.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to show them how they're going to make their money back and then some.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you do.
But so people don't understand that you can throw an event, and if you get, let's say you want to host a conscious community or something, you can put out your plan to sponsors, and if you raise the proper amount of sponsorship, then that thing will happen. So I'm gonna just
Big time.
I put sponsorship deck just to get some images of other people's. Right here they say investors pitch deck. I want to just see some people who have some cool sponsorship decks out here.
That's economics 101. Shit.
This looks like a cool sponsorship deck. So what you're supposed to see is just quick information and know where you're going to put your money and what you're going to get back. And now on sponsorships ain't investments. We got to remember. Most of the time you ain't, because we don't sell securities, we're not getting in that trouble, right? So you ain't saying put your money on this, you got to go register. What the sponsorship is offering them some type of an in-kind benefit for their company.
Bingo.
You feel me? And you got to realize you can situate yourself, because the world need grassroots people. That's us. The normal, average, everyday person has value.
We're going to have this amount of people in our arena. We're going to have this amount of people in there. So if you become one of our sponsors, you're going to be able to make this amount of money. You're going to write up a proposal, show them how much traffic is going to be at this particular venue, and then show them what kind of a profit they're going to make if they become one of our sponsors. It's just that simple.
Somebody said they heard. I know we switching topics, but ain't nobody tripping. It's late night. Somebody said, I heard the cross burning was popularized by the birth of a nation, and then the Klan picked it up. But more than likely, they had an earlier example. Well, the example probably from the birth of the nation probably came from them investigating heresy or whatever.
Yeah, and them burning Jews at the stake could be a part of it too. So they damn sure was doing it in the 15th century. That's a fact. They were doing it before the Atlantic slave trade.
So they sponsorship, let's see how clean the deck this is. I already can't tell what type of event it is, what type of thing it is, but it say HIFF4 sponsorship opportunities. Basically, you need a graphic that's like a digital brochure that's up to speed, and it's kind of like when people used to be in the rap game talking about you got an e-press kit. Well, you need all the financials of what you're trying to do put in a nice little template like this, so to speak. But this is an okay one. Yeah, they're trying to do a festival. See, a 40. So they want to do.
There you go.
A film festival. They want to do something to look like a community hungry event. It says a 5-day festival, and they looking for sponsors for this, right? So this could be anybody, because they just put their idea in a nice template and got their company behind them ready to pull it off if they get the proper sponsorship. So here they go right here with what you're going to get out of it. Festival brand.
What I tell you, that's exactly what you do.
Exactly. A transformed engagement experience. So you're offering back to the sponsor engagement with people. That's really what you want. You can get hella money for that. You can get hundreds of thousands for engagement with people.
Bingo.
You know what I'm saying? And people like, what do you mean? Like, well, you have to figure out what space inside your event is worth something. Look, they said 100K right here. So let's go look. They just like what I'm talking about. They say for the presenting sponsor, which I call the keynote sponsor, or I only on my events I will only put one position for this spot, and that position would probably go with the main stage advertisements. So you could run, the whole main stage is branded behind your company, stuff like that, little things like that. What they're offering for 100K, they say exclusively presented by. That's normal. That's traditional. So that means if you give them 100K, their event is presented by you. So that's what you can do too. If you don't understand how to, I mean, not you. We talking just to.
No, I understand what you mean.
Yeah. And so people can do that too. You know, like, okay, well, I got this, and if somebody willing to help me do this, it's going to be presented by their company. Or somebody watching the video, and you're a little behind in the video, Zotar, but he ain't going to know that until he gets to this point, because I'm looking at the chat, and it keep taking me back to things we was talking about a while ago. So that's my bad. All right. So then they say annual sponsor. If somebody want to be an annual sponsor, it start at 50K. So they really trying to put on the books that they getting 100. They gonna have. If you annual, you're gonna do it again. So that's 100 right there. You just gotta think how business think. So the first two is really the same thing. They just broke it down. You see what I'm saying? Which is smart. They say first, if you're the presenting sponsor, you can get that for 1 year for 100K. If you're an annual sponsor, you can get that for 50K. But if you're annual, you got to be coming back next year. So you're going to give us another 50K or whatever they worked out. Now, here go another thing. Do this, people. Do these type of things just to do it. Just to be talking about getting your 100K here, your $250,000 there. Because believe it or not, if your intentions is true, and if you 100, things materialize and manifest, and you'll be surprised.
Now, how are you going to get the money? What you're going to do is have to sell your tickets. So once you sell enough tickets, that's going to draw in the sponsors. They have to be able to see that you're going to have a lot of people there. Once they see that, and you show them your ticket sales. Once that happens, and now the investors and the sponsors are going to come.
So I got the reverse of that too. That kind of be working. It's called free events. It take help. Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that take a lot of burden off of you, because the community gonna put pressure on you, economic pressure, to make sure you're not the only one making all that money. And so when you say the event is free, you still can squeeze the money out. You still could get the sponsorship because they want the people. You gotta remember.
No, bro. It's a ways to get around that. We gotta talk, bro.
What you mean around what?
Around the pressure that they don't want us to make all the money. If me and you was doing this, we would make all the money, bro.
Oh yeah, no,
you know what I'm talking about.
I really do events, and I do. We get the greater portion. What I'm talking about is the bureaucracy and how it really works. So, in order to throw something on a big scale, you got to get a signature from every business in the community. Like if you're throwing something hella big, 20,000 people or something, you got to get a signature from all the businesses that might encroach upon.
Right.
So that's
how
what I
we're
was
going to do
talking
that?
about. That's
we're going to make sure that those businesses make a profit. That's how we do that.
Exactly. And so that's what you do. And so, but if some of them intend to be closed and they think, oh man, you about to bring 20,000 people to the street, I ain't signing off on that. That's all I was talking about.
Man, that would be something I haven't seen before, because most of the time, most people want that money. When you're bringing in a big crowd, when you putting on an event that's going to bring in a big crowd, everybody wants in on it. Everybody.
Every business ain't that type of point of sales. So some of the most people that give obstruction be apartment buildings where people need to get in and out, and you trying to throw a big ass festival.
That's true.
You feel me? And you get obstructions from type of businesses who should be scared about graffiti. Now the point of sale businesses be a little different.
That's true. That happened with the A's when they tried to move someplace in the Bay. I forget where they wanted to move. And that's exactly what stopped that from happening. So you're right about that. It depends on the location. So you're absolutely right about that. That actually happened with the A's.
Yeah, so I don't know, they got some a la carte sponsorships, I guess so they was breaking it down lower, but just showing people what like they probably could bring in $1 million with this one sponsorship deck. I wouldn't doubt that they couldn't. They probably don't want that much. But I mean, if they get in the numbers, so now this is what they're doing on the front, just showing their numbers, how many people is going to reach. Well, notice the majority of what they're doing, it seems to be, 1,700 annual attendance, 5,000 annual attendance. Well, that's a sponsorship deck for the people who ain't never seen one. You know what I'm saying?
As a matter of fact, that almost happened with the Vegas move. That you had some of that kind of thing going on. I think they paid those people off. They ended up buying up lots and buying up certain spots so that wouldn't block them from building a stadium. So you're absolutely right about that part. It depends on, like I said, it depends on the location. I've never tried to do something in a place where there's a lot of apartment buildings and all that kind of stuff for that reason.
So this is funny because look, they got little templates for sponsorship decks. People crazy. Like you could go right and make one of these, but I had never seen this. So they saying with a 20,000 sponsor get this, blah 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 blah. Grand sponsor get that. So what do you need to make sure that you could get this for the people? All you got to do is get the permits, man. It's a game. So we talking about the. So what?
Bingo, you're right. You gotta get the permits.
Yeah, you got the permits, then you can start stepping to people. I read the chat and they talking about bankers getting overdrafted. Oh, someone say no way banks get overdrafted. So he gonna see this a lot later. I'm gonna try to pull it up on YouTube. I'm gonna put Fed overdraft.
All your local bankers gonna do is go to the Federal Reserve and get the money. That's all they're gonna do. Have it printed out. And bingo.
When I put this in, it's just people talking about their overdraft fees. All right, let's watch this. Since this popped up, I watched it too. So watch him break down what we talking about.
How banks create deposits and reserves. In the banking system.
Let me make sure this is loud enough. How banks create deposits. It's going to talk about what we talking about. People don't understand this. Really learn this, because this is why you should never feel like a sucker when you walk into the bank. All right? It's going to help us feel better and understand that you can make things happen. We just talked about interest. They need somebody to prey on. You know what you look like? You look like a cockroach that walk into a spider web. Not nobody in particular. I'm saying, in the bank, when I say shit like that, it's the truth. I want people to see what my analogy, but I don't want nobody to be in my chat taking it personal, because people be internalizing stuff and getting sensitive. But to them, you just walked into a spider web and they can just pounce on you however you want. The first way to pounce on you is to force on you to make you think by setting up a system in America that saving is a thing. Now, saving is a thing, but the way they structured it through the banking system, they have access to lend out your money. But let's let this dude talk real quick. It's a short video.
Go ahead.
In the banking system.
Oh,
loans created.
You ain't getting the sound. Let me make sure y'all get the sound in the. I don't think y'all was getting the sound. So go back. All right, here we go.
Deposits. That's how you say it. Loans create deposits. What does that mean? It means if I go in to buy a house, you're just trying to sell your house for. We're in New York, right? Better raise the price. $2.5 million. I usually say $250,000. You go to sell your house for $2.5 million, and I want to borrow the money from a bank to buy it, so I'm going to borrow $2.5 million. My credit's pretty good. So what does the bank do? The bank grants me the loan. They approve the loan for $2.5 million, and what they do is they put $2.5 million into my account. which immediately goes into your account. I don't get to do anything with it except buy your house, okay? So the $2.5 million loan is an asset for the bank. An asset is something the bank has, something it owns. They make a...
So let's stop in case we ain't feeling that. Watch and look. As soon as you get the loan for $2 million, this is what I used to think. I used to think the bank had $2 million sitting there that they actually gave you.
Mm-hmm.
I used to think they went into their stash like, oh man, you want a loan, man? Let me see how much I got.
Nope.
Nope. I mean, I didn't know this. Everybody in the chat probably know this. The money in a loan is created.
There you go.
When they make the loan.
Exactly.
The money in the loan is created when they make the loan. They don't go into their stash.
Nope.
Some brand new money appear in digits that they make and just give it to you. So he about to break it down way better than me, but I had to expound on that.
That's facts.
I'm teaching right now.
Loan I sign, I promise to pay it back. They have my promise to pay money. That's worth something. That's an asset. Okay. And they put $2.5 million in an account, in a checking account. That's a liability, which means the bank's promises to pay that money or to pay that money. Okay. Notice the loan created the deposit. They did not go to the Federal Reserve. They did not go anywhere. The Federal Reserve doesn't even know they did this. The $2.5 million, then you sold your house to me, goes into your account, and let's say we're all at the same bank. Okay. So now the bank has a loan from me. I owe the bank $2.5 million, and there's $2.5 million in your account. You just sold me your house. You've got the money, I've got the house, the bank has a mortgage. Nobody has gone anywhere near the Federal Reserve. The money was created, that deposit was created as a matter of accounting out of thin air. The system's in balance. You have $2.5 million in your savings. My savings is negative. I have a loan, I owe $2.5 million. Your savings went up, mine went down. The net is zero, that's how they say it. $2.5 million loan, $2.5 million deposit. Now notice the bank created the money, the deposit, but it's not the bank's deposit. It belongs to you. You sold the house. You get to spend it, not the bank. The bank doesn't just take this and go spend it or anything like that. Okay? And one more thing happens, which is important to understand the sequence. If the Federal Reserve requires the bank to hold reserves, and reserves are just checking accounts at the Fed. So if I can call reserves checking accounts at the Fed from now on for this discussion, is that okay? Okay. So if the Fed requires that you have a checking account at the Fed, your bank has a checking account for, and they use 10% because the math is easy. The real number is less than 1%. So we'll say 10%. And I'm supposed to have 200, there's a requirement that I take that $2.5 million, I keep 250,000 at the Fed. As soon as I give you that deposit, my Fed account is now short 250,000. I'm supposed to have it there, but I don't. Okay. What I have is an overdraft at the Fed. My account is lower than it's supposed to be. It's like if you have a minimum balance requirement at your bank and you don't have it, it's below your minimum. Okay. And so what that is it's technically called an overdraft loan from the Fed. You don't have, the bank doesn't put that money up. That bank owes the Fed that money. It's an automatic overdraft loan. So what we have in banking.
So what he just said was it's an automatic overdraft loan.
Exactly.
That is so funny. Say, oh my God. So what they did to exploit it is they opened that up for humans. And you think it's cool because now they got overdraft protection and stuff. But they actually came from it from what they've been doing the whole time. And what he explained is very clear. He said you're supposed to keep 10% reserves in the Fed, right? So that you can secure. Think about this. Anybody could figure this out. They just created some new money, right? And they say that everything is, they say that you're supposed to keep 10% reserved in the Fed, and it was 2 million and 2.5 million. So what? You're supposed to have 250,000 in the Fed, but it didn't go to the Fed. How could it have went to the Fed if you just made some new money? I bought a house for I bought a $2.5 million house, and you paid for that house. Where did they get the 10% reserves to go to the Fed? And he just was breaking that down like that didn't happen. They just scamming you. Watch this.
Put that money up. That bank owes the Fed that money. It's an automatic overdraft loan. So what we have in banking, this is how it works. Loans create deposits, and they also create any reserves that the Fed might require. In the first instance, there's simply an overdraft in your Fed account. You're short what you're supposed to have in your Fed account. Okay. Now, the traditional textbook says the Fed gives you money, you make loans, you subside, and it gives you this money multiplier. That is absolutely correct for what's called a fixed exchange rate system, which has been gone since 1934, so I'm not even going to talk about it. What we've had for our lifetimes is a system where the loans create the deposits and they create the reserves.
Bingo.
And the old fractional reserve banking is perfectly correct. It's just for a different system. They still have it in Hong Kong, they still have it in a couple of other places, but we don't have it here, and none of the other major countries have it. Okay. It all nets to zero. Deposits are necessarily equal to loans. If you've got $100 in a deposit, it's because somebody else borrowed the $100 or you wouldn't have it. There's nowhere else it can come from. Okay. And I'm getting to why we have deficits, by the way. But you need to know this. Okay, and the reserves are overdrafts. Okay. So as a matter of accounting, the way they say it is assets equal liabilities, loans equal deposits. They have to because they come from the same place. If they don't, somebody at the bank has to stay late and figure out why his numbers don't add up. And they will find it, usually, within a few dollars. Okay? And the other way it's said is that liabilities are the accounting record of assets. If you make a loan, the record of that is the deposit. It's the accounting record. It has to add up. Okay. Notice.
I want to stop so people can understand how this information isn't being applied, and everything we said about who came up with the banking system, about applying it in modern day times and understanding what's happening in our economy to understand how to situate and position yourself. And if this stuff is true, we understand that we've been if you watch the news, we've been having bank runs. And this is that's the only thing that exposes the scam in the system. So it's really like a Ponzi. It's really like a Ponzi. The American banking system is similar to a Ponzi. And I'm not talking no crazy conspiracy theory stuff. It's facts. If things if things were pegged 1-to-1 and we made a bank run, it wouldn't be no big deal. But since they came up with, they had the system of fractional reserves for a minute and then they blew it out the water like this dude said. And so now if everybody go to get their money, it's a problem because the money ain't there. As we talked about plenty of times, like you have a problem if you want to get 10 G's cash, they be telling you to come back on Thursday. You know what I'm saying? And so he breaking that down though.
Even if you have a check that's over 10 G's, they're gonna have you, unless you have even then they're gonna make you wait a couple of days before you can get that money. That's exactly right.
Yeah, you gotta call them in advance. Like, I'm coming with a fat check on Thursday and I need my paper the same day. And if you don't got no relationship with them, they probably gonna be like, who is you?
Exactly. If you got an account, you might can get it on the same day. If you don't, and the check you can go to the bank where the check comes from. You could go to that exact bank. If you don't have an account there, you're gonna have to wait 2 or 3 days to get that money. That's a fact.
So people don't know why that is. It's because they create the money.
Right.
A lot of the time they just make the money. Particularly when we're talking about loans, they really just make the money. But if you got an account, then they could bow 20 G's in your account right now. Oh, you want cash? You still got to wait.
There it is.
You feel me? And they say you can get 3 G's a band off your card a day or whatever. Man, that's all a system to help their system work. So when everybody start running on the banks, we understand this happened in 2008 too, like certain economy collapses and certain people took advantage of it. I was able to position myself for some things because I realized what was happening in the housing market. but it's about to happen again, and it's about that time to be getting ready for that.
That's how it goes.
So they came out with that. That's why I was talking about that. That is why they're doing no money down loans, because the banking system is a scam. And what did the guy just say? He said loans create what? Deposits.
Mm-hmm.
So see, the only way a bank works is if human beings walk up to it and put some money into it. You can get online, but if, say we started a bank today, even if we had a reserve of $100 million, we want to start a bank. We ain't got nothing popping unless people walk in and do one or two things. Put some money in there so we could cut some loans, or take some money out by taking a loan.
Exactly.
Other than that, ain't nothing popping with banking. And so what they did was they wrote it into, I'm going to let this video play.
There are no net financial assets when this happened. Well, there are no what we call net financial assets. You can't have everybody with savings. Where would it come from? Savings has to come from somebody else's loan, which is negative savings. You owe that money. So everybody can't have $100,000. Somebody has to be, if somebody's plus 100,000, somebody has to be minus 100,000.
See, so we got to stop. Because we don't understand where we at in this system. We ain't in a socialist system. Everybody can't have 100 bands. He just broke it down. He like the system wouldn't work if everybody had 100 bands. Because they making this out of nothing. They trying to balance it. It's all based on these mortgages that they got.
Exactly. Basically, you saying if everybody decided to cash out, they couldn't pay.
Oh, they definitely can't pay. And so that's what happened. That's what happened when they talking about the SVB, Central Valley Bank, just collapsed because there was a bank run on the bank. Because what happened is the dumb banker released, he said on Twitter how under they was on their balance sheet. So think about this. They had almost every Silicon Valley type company banking with them. All these tech companies, everything. And the dudes released that. Now you release the numbers and people who want to see the numbers, that's fine. But he went on Twitter and told everybody that they was down like 2 billion or something like that. But you thinking, hold up, let me think about this. You a bank and you down 2 billion? On y'all making money off the money we loaned you to, we gave you to loan out to people. So it made an instant, let me go get my money up out of there because it's only insured up to $250,000. And these
remember when the banks had to get saved? Remember when that was the reason, because you had all that money.
So when people ran on the bank, now think about it nowadays. A bank run don't happen like in the 70s when they made a bank run to get their gold out and they closed the gold window. A bank run now happen on your phone, B. So it ain't no lines, dude. It ain't no lines that they could slow it down with. You know, they would have people in front of the bank screaming and then they let a person in one at a time. No, everybody just hop online and the bank don't even know a bank run about to happen. They'll just get a notification like, dang, we just got this many withdrawals. What's going on? We ain't got all the money. And it's upside down. But I'm going to let dude continue.
In monetary terms, it can't come from anywhere else. It's called, the textbooks used to call it a case of inside money. The Italians called it giros, in the 12th century. Debits, credits, one comes from the other. It has to net to zero. Okay, so the only way we could have any net savings, where everybody could have some savings, or the savings could be higher than the loans, is if they came from outside the economy. It has to come from the outside. We can't generate it inside. If you want to save, if somebody gives you money and you want to save it, he would have had to have borrowed it. It has to lower his savings. It can only be transferred around. Net has to come from the outside, and that is the government sector. Okay? And that happens when the government spends more than it taxes.
Boom.
So we have the economy where loans create deposits. One person's savings is another person's loan. The only net savings.
Man, I gotta stop right there. See, One person's savings is another person's loan. God,
Exactly, and that's exactly why I don't do that savings
I
shit.
told you.
I'd rather put my money into the system and let
Yeah.
it make more money.
If
I
that's
don't
the
do that
case,
savings shit.
we should have a system of our own lending. Somebody else about to take your money, give it to somebody else, but you won't give it to
Exactly.
them. So
That's why I
you
tell
think
people
you?
all the time: if you have money, don't talk about saving it.
So
You
you know
want to
how you
invest that
bought?
money.
You know how you boss up on a buster that think he got hella money, right? But he ain't even conscious. He won't mess with your business like that, right? Just go get a loan from where he bank at. I'm just saying, just on some funny shit, because honestly, the white people gonna give me your money, but you ain't thinking about it. So
Exactly.
you see what I'm saying? You won't give me
Yeah.
that paper, Jay-Z, so I'm gonna go where you bank at and let the white boys give me your money.
There it is. Fuck saving. Damn a savings.
And I wasn't targeting Jay-Z. I just said that.
No, I understand what you're saying. Because
For
you're
the fun.
absolutely
Yeah,
right.
financial
And people don't
assets, all
understand
the
that.
same thing.
Yeah, well, you know, I have you since we talking publicly, and people take what's the not screenshots? It's called sound bites, and they if somebody you gotta always have your disclaimers. I know people don't like them, but people misuse sound bites. So when people come hear the original, they can always say, "Oh, look, he even said that ain't what he talking about." You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It come from the government sector. Now, when I talk about the economy, I'm including residents and non-residents. You can live anywhere.
Oh, well, he went on to something else, though. I could just play it, but he was breaking it down. I probably could watch how banks make money how banks make money so people could see what we talking about. And I seen a good one on this, too. Let's watch the little kitty one. Just real quick.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hey, you ever wonder what happens to the money you deposit at your bank? And why are they willing to pay you interest when they have to do all the hard work of keeping your money safe? Now, what if I told you the banks are artificially creating money every day? All that and more in today's episode of 5 Minute Finance. Let's start with the basics. You deposit your money at the bank and they give you a small amount of interest. Then, they take that money and lend it to people and businesses while charging a much higher interest rate. The difference between the interest they charge on their loans and the interest they pay you is the profit that the bank makes. This is why banks are willing to pay you interest for your deposits. In order to lend more and make more money, banks need to attract more money from deposits because deposits create loans. But aren't the banks supposed to be keeping your money safe somewhere so that you can take out your money when you need it? Well, sort of. Banks have a unique system called fractional reserve banking, which basically says that only a fraction of deposits, usually around 10%, need to be held in cash and they can loan out the rest.
So when we talk about this much, and I think this is a good point to pause at, because you put in 10 bands, but the bank could loan 100 bands to the next person. So let's think about it. This is how you know the money is fake. Because they didn't call the Federal Reserve. It's not no system of calling the Federal Reserve to loan this next person the 90 brand new bands that just got made up. If it's $100,000 and that could be lent out from 10,000 being deposited, where did the 90,000 come from?
Federal Reserve Bank.
No, it don't. That's what I'm saying. They literally, and the last dude just told us, they literally just give out the loan. If it came from the Federal Reserve, then every time they cut a loan, they would have to hit the Federal Reserve. And we know that.
That's what they like he said, technically, that's what it is. What does the bank do with what they turn it into interest? That's what happens.
So they got some new fake money and they getting interest off the money that they just made. They just made it, gave it to you, and they getting hella interest off it.
There you go. That's exactly what he said. And that's exactly what the game is. It's just like the street game. If you got product and you have money left over, what you gonna do with it? Are you going to stack that money, or are you going to get more product so that you can flip it again? It's the same game, bro. Same game. Same game. It's no different.
Is set by the Federal Reserve and acts as a cushion for when customers want to withdraw cash from their account. Now here's where the money-making magic comes in. Let's say you deposit $10,000 into your savings account. If the reserve requirement is 10%, the banks must keep $1,000 and can lend $9,000 out to another customer. Now, you have $10,000 in your account, another customer has $9,000 in cash, and suddenly, your $10,000 deposit turned into $19,000 worth of money. Then, that other customer deposits their $9,000 at their bank.
They really just made that money, see? Because you put in 10 G's. They can loan out 9 up to 10, 9,000 of that, but your account still say 10 G's, bro.
Yep, there it is. And see, to everybody that's listening, this is how you help the community. This is how, now see, me and Smash could have kept this to ourselves and just do good as individuals. No, we sharing this with you guys so y'all can pimp up on the gang too. That's, if you want to be an American, you want to stay here, you have to share the information so we all, oh, what the hell are we doing in this community if we just going to just pimp up ourselves and not try to get all of our people to a certain status? It makes no sense. We're in this community to help all of us achieve and get ourselves out of poverty or out of a low income situation that you might be in. So y'all should be taking notes and really getting the links to these videos and learning the game for yourselves so that we all can come up as a people. That's what we're doing right now. That's how this community should be. Not just looking at ourselves, trying to be good for ourselves. We're trying to make it so everyone can come up.
I'm on it like that. That's the inclination of my heart. That's the nature of me as a man. Like, I ain't never been stingy, but I had little things when I was younger that made me be like, ooh, I swear I'm gonna never be like that. Like seeing people pull up wanting to, why you want to drive $1 million car through a poverty stricken hood? Like that don't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Now, having a cool one and being a good example, that's fine. But some of us would do it like to make you feel poor. You know what I'm saying? And I experienced that as a kid. And I used to be like, man, if I ever get some paper, I'm gonna be the opposite of how they be. You know what I'm
saying? Exactly. So that's what I hate when we say, oh, this, that about American, then we don't give up no game on how to be a real true American. You want to be a true American, you gotta get into the game.
So when we start understanding this,
being an American is.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
When we understand this, we can start forming proper philosophies about how we want to move monetarily. If we just take everything they force feed us, so now we understand why they take hella money out your check.
Bingo.
And they force it and say you got to save it and we're going to put it in a certain account. That's part of the American scam. So they need to keep these savings and stuff going on. And so they need another income stream. So what they do,
you go.
Yeah, they go into your check and say, oh, this going into your IRA for when you can't spend it until you hella old.
That's why I say damn savings. Damn that.
And then remember when everybody was losing their 401k? I told you.
Exactly. I don't care if you got $300 extra. I don't care if all you have is $300. You're trying to save it. Don't save that money. Use that. Flip that money. Because that's what everybody else do.
I can't advise nobody, but I just know that I always think that a business that got just sitting, you should have a portion reserves. That's like savings reserves. But even the bank keep 10%. And the other money is active and working. That means you don't gotta work. Bankers don't sweat.
That's exactly what I mean.
They money sweat. They don't sweat. You know what I'm saying? They let you sweat about paying them back their bread.
Exactly. And people that's about their paper that's doing it the legal way, do it exactly that way. They don't just sit up on money. They have reserves just in case, but they're trying to use as much money as they can to flip more money. If it's not getting loans, or if it's not getting loans, it's investing in something. They're doing something with that capital. I promise you.
That's why we find out venture capital ain't really all the way philanthropic. It's definitely not even philanthropy, but venture capital be like, man, I just got this money sitting in the bank and the other people lending it out. I would rather
when I first learned the game, bro, that I went to a guy who knew the game. I said, I got this much savings. He said, what the hell you holding that for? For what? What are you saving that shit for? Do this, this, and that, and get that money popping. That's how you do it. That's what the big boys do. Promise you, that's how it goes. You don't save that shit. You make that shit make more money for you. That's how this game is. It's capitalism. So you capitalize off of the game. Well, that's the main thing. It's to capitalize off the game.
Some people comfortable with letting other people manage their money. And so some people say, okay, if you're going to insure me up to $250,000, then I'm happy just leaving this bread in the bank because
I can't do it. No, I learned the hard way. That's no. Because you're never going to advance that way. If you really want to get up with the big boys, you got to go on and take big boy chances. That's just the way it is. And everybody goes through this. It's not just a black thing. Anybody that's in this game will tell you that. I don't care what color they are or where they come from. They're going to tell you. That's how you do it. Period.
I'll play this.
Turned into $19,000 worth of money. Then, that other customer deposits their $9,000 at their bank, which again holds on to 10% of it and lends out the rest, and so on and so on. You see where this is going. This is how banks increase the money supply, otherwise known as the total amount of money in circulation, without increasing the amount of physical cash moving around. Wait, hold up. Earlier, I said that deposits create loans. Banks need to attract more money from deposits because deposits create loans. But when our bank lent $9,000 to a customer, who then deposited the cash, that created a $9,000 deposit. So isn't it more correct to say that loans create deposits? You might think that the fractional reserve requirement limits how much money a bank can lend, but the reality is that these requirements do very little to limit banks from lending. In fact, many major banks typically create loans first, then deal with the reserve requirements afterwards by getting new deposits or borrowing money from other banks at a low interest rate. So what really keeps banks?
You see that? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's such a joke. So they say they'll just deal with that. Oh, so I'm gonna cut you a loan for $2 million. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to put $250,000 in the Federal Reserve. Let me call my partner at another bank and get him to shoot me $250,000 to shoot to the Federal Reserve.
Bingo.
For the FDC, for the insurance or whatever they're supposed to do.
Bingo.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's it. That's how it goes. And the rules apply to everybody. I don't care who you are. It applies to everybody. They're not doing something just to you because you're black or something like that. This happens to everybody.
Bankers from abusing this system of constantly creating new loans to make more money. Well, the first limitation is profitability. When a bank makes a loan, they aren't just thinking about the interest they charge on the loan. They must also consider the costs of running the bank and the potential losses they face if a borrower is unable to repay. The other major limit on bank lending is capital requirements. Put simply, capital requirements are the amount of capital a bank must hold relative to its total lending. Capital can be thought of as the amount of profits that must be kept within the bank instead of distributed to shareholders. With these limits in place, most banks should be relatively safe from failing, but if you're worried about losing the money you deposited at your local bank, fear not. Most banks these days are insured.
He made this video a long time ago.
By the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, or FDIC. The FDIC is a government organization that insures up to $250,000 of your deposits so that your money is safe. Thanks for watching. Please leave a comment below about what you'd like to.
So don't confuse the FDIC with the Federal Reserve.
Right.
You know,
right.
But yeah, that's good to look at. So now, what we talking about? How do we apply that to us? So that's what they doing around our head. They taking your money and then making my way. How come I can't take my own money and make 10 times of it and loan it out to my homie? You feel me? I need a bank. Because now think about this. This is even worse. They could put they really could 10 times their own money, my dude. That's disgusting. So now you start a bank and you put your own money in it and you get a loan, bro. Oh, they juking. No wonder you can make this world have anything if you run a bank. You take your 100,000 to your bank and get $1 million loan from your bank because you can make. Oh man, that gotta be illegal, bro. And it ain't.
Nope, it's game, bro. It is the way it is. It is the way it is for everybody that's trying to come up.
So how do we position ourselves if we understand this and we know that the like if people don't know about the bank runs that happen, we can play those videos too. But since the economy is looking this way, what is it for the average person out here to do to situate themselves for these upcoming next year?
I tell you this, it's better than trying to play lotto. That's for damn sure. It's better than scratch-offs. If you really want to try to get into the money game, this is the game you gotta play, and it's gonna pay off far more.
I'm saying,
faster than trying to do a scratch-off.
I'm saying in the face of the economy looking like it's about to go bad, and we talk about all this information, we understand banking, lending. What are the suggestions for the next 12 months for the average person to situate themselves so that if the economy do start falling, that they could possibly come up off that?
If the economy starts to fall, if things are going slow, then you jump into the things that's necessary for daily life. So that's how you try to counter that. You get into the food industry, you get into the necessities that people are going to need. See, people are always going to need something, even in a depression, even if the economy is not popping like it was 6-7 months ago or a year ago or 2 years ago. There's always going to be something that's needed. So that's where you try to lean towards. That's how I play it.
Yeah, I ain't mad. That's real, but I'm just talking about in light of what we was talking about with the lending and this history. We went all the way back to the Moors in Spain, and we feel now it led us to economics as we start seeing what they was happening. And so really I'm thinking about this housing market and how they need to keep these banks propped up, and they need average everyday people in order to do that. And so that's where the opportunity is for the average everyday person who need to understand what's about to start happening. And so I've been showing that one program that came out. It's called California Dream for All. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Now, it's masked. I don't want to say it's masked as an opportunity. It is an opportunity for people who have not purchased a home to be able to purchase a home with no money down. But now that we understand the game, what's happening? They don't trip off the no money down because they just gonna make the money up off some bank deposits. What they really need is to get us into these loans, because as they just showed us on both of those videos, loans create something, they said. And what did they say? They said loans create deposits. Exactly. And so if they get deposits and then they get mortgages, that's going to help fluff up the pseudo bank system that's going on a hem if they get new mortgages at this. Because remember, the Fed raised the interest rate. So now they putting out what's called predatory lending, if you understand, but it's masked as opportunity. Why you didn't have this program before the Fed raised the interest rate? Because you know what, this is what they're doing in order to fluff it up. They raise the interest rate.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know what was going on. I started reading the chat. Nah, we just was talking. I thought it's all good. Name in the chat tripping. We having a conversation. I can't have a conversation by myself. So we need Black Lion and anyone who will participate, because I probably would have stopped the stream if I was by myself. You feel me?
Now part 2 of this has got to be, when those times hit, how do you counter it? How do you really take advantage of when they raise up the interest rates? Because there's ways to do so. So part 2 of this conversation, we're going to have to go into the counter techniques that you can implement.
Well, it's
when
like
things get
this.
into this position, when they put you in this type of position.
The rich people and the smart money ain't gonna get loans when the nation go bad, so that's why they say it's about to be a crash.
I didn't want to say it, but
but they're preying with these loans on. It's called subprime lending, and
that's gonna start a whole nother conversation.
We just gotta flip. We gotta know as a people how to. It's not a long one though. It's a quick flip. If somebody preying on you, you gotta hit them back. It's just like that in all instances.
That's why I keep telling people, man, this is a cutthroat thing, bro. You gotta be ruthless in this. It is what it is. You gotta be willing to step on some necks if you really want to play this game. It just is what it is. I say it all the time. The capitalism.
Corey said something very good. Corey said when interest rates are raised, the working class become unemployed as a result of what? The cost of borrowing money, bruh. So, see, interest rates is raised, so it costs more to... See, companies run on credit. If you run a company and you running it all on cash, you just probably doing like I've had to do at certain times, and it don't really work. You know what I'm saying?
When that happens, is that good for people that do what we do, or bad? When the interest rates raise up and people become unemployed, how does that work?
Well, it depends, because we all got different credit scores. But if we want to talk about, I'm just saying. But if we want to talk about subprime lending, they target when interest rates are raised. They're not targeting people who got a good ass score, because you don't have to take that rate. But they saying the lowest minimum is even gonna be bad for you. So those people ain't gonna do none of that at that time period.
Bingo.
So what they do is open up subprime lending, all kind of new type of loan stuff come out, and they be like, okay, you can now get a house for no money down, and it just started. Watch it start. Everybody gonna hear about a program like that where they live popping up in the next couple months, trying to get more banking activity. You know what I'm saying?
There it is. There it is. And it's just like, man, when it used to be the drought season back in the days when niggas was in the other stuff. And they said, well, you have to move around, you have to go to different places to make your money. It's just simple and plain as that. You just do it the same type of way. And it's much safer. That's like Smash said, now you ain't gotta worry about nobody knocking on your door trying to bust your door in. You're doing it the legal way, as scandalous as it is.
So
but it is what it is.
Let's talk about what Corey said about interest rates being raised and people coming unemployed. Yeah, because that go back to companies running on hella credit. We got to remember, companies run on hella credit and hella loans, right? So really, cats don't be knowing. They might think they're getting paid out of some cash stockpile on the payroll, but you can hook payroll right up to a credit card, and you can have a credit card going up to 100 bands and be paying your payroll off credit. So now what happened? Interest rates just went up. So the cost of borrowing all money went up. That's what an interest rate is for cats who don't understand it. And so when they talk about the APR on your car that you're getting, you might be like, oh, I ain't tripping, I'm going to flip. But what they're really telling you is how much it's about to cost you to borrow this money from us. You know, so now with that being said, so imagine we running a business and we have one interest rate and we got 40 employees. And then they raise the interest rates. What's the first thing you're going to do? You're going to fire some people because they raised the interest rates, and you got to keep your stuff balanced with how you was rocking. So you might just fire 15 people. I mean, however many people.
And what I'm going to do, if that happens to me, if I had a car, and that happened to me, I'm gonna keep paying that high interest rate until it's time to refinance my car. That's what I'm gonna do.
What about the business though?
The problem with that is, and I know you Anomaly, and I know everybody on here is balling and got millions of dollars and shit, right? But the problem with that is the overwhelming average American, even the middle class, a middle class working American, he makes $50,000 a year. Mm-hmm. He cannot afford to keep on paying that high interest loan until it's good enough where he done got to the point where he can sell that car. That's not realistic because he got kids, he got health insurance, he got a home mortgage note, and inflation is done ran rampant. So that's not realistic. When we talk about these financial things, we always have to talk about it in a realistic way. We can't talk about it in a hypothetical way because it don't do anybody any justice to what if. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see that 100%.
We have to deal with the circumstances as they really are. Especially when you're talking about finances and politics and stuff. This is my favorite subject. I woke, my alarm clock went off, right? And I woke up. I said, man, Smash is live. And I hear y'all talking about the interest rates rising. I said, oh, I'm getting on the panel, no doubt.
So you made a comment in the chat. I want to ask you about, and was I phrasing your comment wrong? Because I was thinking the way that it make people unemployed is because the employer, we switched up and start talking about a car, and that's a depreciating asset anyway, so that's never going to work. But when we talk about the lending and the high interest rates with something that's appreciating, you might could find out a way to stay in that, but it's never going to work with a whip, so you're 100% right. But what you were saying with the interest rates are raised and the working class become unemployed, a lot of people don't understand how that go down. Now, I said it's because a lot of the companies are working on credit and loans.
100% right.
Yep. So break that down for us.
So when because money becomes too expensive, you see what I'm saying? When the feds raise the interest rate, right, money becomes too expensive. So the products that your product that you're putting out starts to become somebody going through the washing machine or something. But the product becomes too expensive to produce. You know what I'm saying? So somebody got to take a hit. It's not gonna be me as the company owner. It's not going to be my shareholders who invested in me. I'm not going to tell them, oh, well, this year y'all not going to get no return on your money this year. Ain't no way I can tell my investors that. What I got to do is I got to lay Jimmy off. I got to lay Tracy off and 200 more people like them. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They got to go home because what it's going to do, and not only do they got to go home, but James and Alan that still work here, they got to put out 4 times as much of the product now. Just because I sent Jimmy and Tracy home don't mean that I don't now that the production rate should go. No, Tracy and Angela and the rest of them, they got to work twice as hard and way more hours, right, for less pay. Because see, now I'm not hiring directly through my company. You see what I'm saying? I'm going through a temporary agency here. And see, when you go through the temporary agencies, right, you don't have to pay benefits to them. You see what I'm saying? It's a dirty game. And the only people that win at that game is, and that's what I said too, Smash. That was the real comment that I made in the chat. I said, do y'all really think y'all got enough money to participate in capitalism as it is today? You see what I'm saying?
Oh, well, everybody do because it takes everybody to participate. But to be a factor in it is a different question.
Let me rephrase my question because maybe I don't believe y'all really picking up what I'm laying down, right?
I hear you.
Today's capital, see, even if you got $2-3 million in the bank, right? That don't mean you're taking advantage of the benefits of capitalism. You see what I'm saying? You're not getting a tax break like Mark Zuckerberg is. This is the problem with Americans. The problem with Americans is everybody think they got a chance to become a millionaire. Everybody think one day I'm gonna be a millionaire, and when I become a millionaire, I'm gonna take advantage of all of those things that Mark Zuckerberg and the rest of those people in that class, right? Those things I'm gonna take advantage of. I'm gonna be able to do those things. But the problem is the overwhelming majority of people in the world will never ever become a millionaire. What you're gonna do is you're gonna work that job or work your little company, and you're gonna make $50,000 a year until you retire. You're gonna collect your little retirement. You might have a quarter to $1 million put up in your Social Security. That's what you're gonna have, and that's it. That's the reality of it. You see what I'm saying? And you're not in this capitalism. Y'all right. Y'all are participating in it. But what the way we're participating in it is we getting the short end of the stick. Pause. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm hearing that 100%. That's exactly what we're trying to address.
Remember during the debate with Hillary Clinton and Trump, and she accused him of something. I'm not going to say too much because I don't want to get into this live online. But remember what he said about what he was accused of, and he went in and said, "Yeah, I did it, and so did such and such, and so did the people who give you."
Why wouldn't we get into that online? That's the biggest story right now in the news.
Because I just don't want to get into this on live online. But
that's all it is online.
I'm just saying this to say there's counters to what you're talking about.
The capitalists always counter what I'm talking about.
Okay, that's
they don't. The problem, if you don't give a capitalist system is cool, right? If you're a millionaire and or you don't give a damn about your fellow American. See, the capitalist game, the way it is in today, because there's nothing wrong with capitalism. And when it's combined with other, you can't just do purely capitalism. That don't work.
Absolutely correct.
Well, you know what? I mean, hey, real quick, what you said, Corey, bro, that it strikes my moral fibers often every day when I can hella come up on some shit. Like, I mean, hella come up. Like, I got a jug Chinese, they make something for a little bit of nothing. But you supposed to capitalize, right? So what if they selling them for
$2? The expense of a fellow.
But I'm talking about in capitalism you are, but in my moral fibers you're not at the expense of nobody. You feel me? So that's what I'm talking about, a conflict that create when you got a product that's really selling for $500 in America, right? But you just made it for $50. So now how do you come to the market in a capitalist society with these moral hangups?
You bang them. See, that's when the people don't understand.
One mic.
No, my bad. Go ahead. It's Black Line.
No, go ahead. I'm good. I'm about to jump off anyway, but I'm just saying that's why I said it's cutthroat. It is.
It's definitely cutthroat. I agree 100% with that. Capitalism, the way it is today, the way it's practiced in America, pretty much throughout the world today, is a cutthroat game, right? It's a winner takes all. Like it ain't and not only, but the problem. See, I wouldn't even have a problem with that if everybody, you know how when you at the track meet, right, and the starter pistol go off, right? If everybody was able to start running when the starter, So that's why I have a problem with. See, because if the race is fair, let's say we all start out fair, right? And winner takes all, and it's a cutthroat game. But I'm willing to play that game, right? But you You can't already be halfway down the track and then say, well, y'all, everybody had the opportunity to do what I did already. You know what I'm saying? Like, capitalists, when people that practice, well, that revere capitalism like that, they make those type of arguments. And you know, the reason why they make those type of arguments because they didn't earn that money. You know what I'm saying?
You know what?
They inherited that money.
There's a plot of land in California right now.
What they had to do to get it.
There's a plot of land in California right now, 5,000 acres, and it was for like $5 million. It's not a big deal, but I was just reading up on it, and guess what they say? The land been in the family since the 1800s, bro. Now let's say something. They gave land grants out in California in the 1800s, so that family got it for zero. They could have got it for
GI Bill.
$0, bro.
You remember the GI Bill?
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I remember it.
See, this is why this is what when black people talk about reparations, they shouldn't be talking about slavery at all, because that's a nasty, dirty game that they don't want to really go down those roads and realize what really happened in that game, right? But when they talk about reparations, the redlining is where we supposed to get paid at. See, that's where you go to take them to court and you win the court case on that, because that's law on the books. And those was rights that we had that were taken away from us. We actually had those rights when we were supposed to have those rights, right? The GI Bill is when the troops came back home, right, from World War II, right? Mm-hmm. Those troops were was it World War II or World War I? I'm you know, it's either World War II or World War I. You know, one or two. But so when they came back home, they was promised homes and lands and everything, and they got that. The white folks got that. Guess what? The black folks didn't get theirs. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? And then when they did finally give some black people who fought tooth and nail, right? They put them in rundown neighborhoods and shit like that. Those it was red line. You couldn't buy a home in certain areas. You couldn't buy certain types of land that would yield certain crops. You see what I'm saying? If they knew your land might yield certain crops, no, you can't have that. That's not you. You can't have that. So that's the problem. And see, and what he said, I think is Black Lion said, Jonathan said the dude that owned the land that's worth $5 million, he had that since the 1800s. You see what I'm saying? That the real money, the billionaires, Donald Trump and them, they've been having money for years and years and years and years and years. They didn't all of a sudden become millionaires in the mid 80s.
Yeah, and they've been cheating. They've been cheating to keep the money. That's the whole thing.
Absolutely.
As soon as that money starts to disappear. It's a way it's things you have to do to maintain it. But with that being said, I'm gonna let y'all have it forever before I say.
I want to say one more
I'm still cooking.
Hey, Corey, let me ask a question though. Like, so what's the deal with Donald Trump and the 34 felonies? Like, what's that about?
Well, the problem is he's being held accountable for what you would have been held accountable. You would have been doing time for it already, because it's falsifying documents. You can't inflate your ass, because it's more than just paying off Stormy Daniels. It's more because that's illegal, right? Because you said it was
exactly.
You wrote it down as a legal transaction, but it was not. So that's falsifying documents, right?
Because everybody that's in the big game, that's the kind of plays they make. Offshore accounts, all those things. That's what you do when you're in the big money. When you're playing with the big boy games. That's what it is. But one love to everybody. I appreciate y'all.
All right, man.
It's a good conversation.
Thanks for tapping in, bro.
Hey, I gotta pick this back up with you somewhere, Black Lion.
Oh, for sure. Let's do it again. For sure.
Yeah, definitely.
One love, fam. Peace. See y'all later.
Yeah. But hey, Sosa. The thing is, too, what he been doing. See, it's more than just, like I said, it's more than just the Stormy Daniels hush money payment. It's telling when it's time to pay taxes, right? It's saying, well, He's saying, well, I only made this much money this year. So you can't, I took a loss. So y'all can't tax me this year. But then when he go the same year, right? When he go to the bank and he want to borrow some of their cheap money, right? He say, well, this how much I'm balling. I'm balling this big, and this how much all my assets is worth.
That's regular fraud. That's regular fraud. You get anybody get in trouble for that.
Yeah, but he been doing it he been getting away with it for years, bro. He been getting away with murder for years, bro. This is the problem. See, this is why I asked the question in the chat. Do y'all really think y'all have enough money to play in the capitalism as it is today? You see what I'm saying? You gotta have that Donald Trump money. Dude got enough lawyers to exhaust to make the prosecution team get tired. You see what I'm saying? And then they just drop the case because it starts to cost the prosecution too much money to prosecute the shit. You see what I'm saying? When
that's
you got money like that,
you think the end result gonna be?
Yeah. you know what you say?
That's
how
what
it
you think.
Not they ain't gonna allow that this time. No, that ain't go. But this is how he's been doing it though. They done cornered his ass now, where he's gonna suffer consequences this time. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't no dragging it out. They're not gonna allow him to drag it out.
The same way you just broke that down, I had a lawyer say to me, and he was the boss. He just said it out the shoulders. He said, "Look, man, you could give them this $25,000, or you could give me the $25,000." He said you could settle with them for $25,000, or you could pay me to fight it for $25,000, but you out of $25,000. So now the character of what type of person Trump just like, oh well, fight it. You feel me? Yeah. And his money longer than 25 because he's like 25. I'm sitting on 200,000 million or whatever he's sitting on. Crazy. So you really can't exhaust somebody trying to prosecute you just by having long ass money.
And you know what why he want to fight this one so bad, because see the consequences of this one is dire, right? He's going to lose his license to practice business, period, in the state of New York. You know how serious that is? Him and all his whole family. You can no longer do any business in the state of New York. We will take your ass to federal prison if we catch you. See, now, and he got his whole real estate game is in Queens. That's where his money was made. That's where his daddy made his money. And all of being a slumlord in Queens, he owned half of Queens. You see what I'm saying? And if you can't do business in New York, in the state of New York no more, that's a hell of a hit. I think they say it's going to estimate to be about a $1 billion hit, $1.2 billion hit for him.
Damn.
That's nasty. That's mad. See, when you want to hit them type of people, you got to hit them in the pocket. You know what I'm saying? You got to hit Trump in the pocket, because for him to learn a lesson that he ain't above the law and shit.
Yeah, that's why he in there with a sad face.
Yeah, because he know what the consequences is. You know what I mean? And then, but see, in Georgia, he looking at criminal. He looking at going to prison in Georgia. See, they ain't even got to that part yet.
So I know I'm switching it up, but let me ask y'all some questions, because I'm starting to understand.
No, I'm switching it up. I'll switch it
No.
up.
Oh, yeah, okay. So I'm thinking about everything we was talking about, and I'm wondering, am I going down the wrong road to start thinking that it might be wise to take advantage of wisely some of the predatory lending that's about to be loaned out? Because the interest rate is high right now, so they about to try to get hella subprime people in the loans and then drop that thing back down once they got their balance books right or whatever. So my thing is this. Okay, well, if you couldn't get in a house anyway and you look at the mortgage and everything and you understand that it might balloon in 8 years, which you should have an 8-year plan, and you know the economy should be back in 8 years to where it might be some equity in that asset. Or do you think that's kind of like sounding foolish to take it? Because but before I end, the new predatory loan in California is called Dream for All. Well, it's not that predatory because you need a 680 credit score, but most of the predatory shit go down to 580. But they're going to pay 20% for the down payment on your house. So you can clearly get a house for no money down right now. But they doing that because these interest rates is hella high and they trying to create some loans and deposits. Now, am I on some bullshit saying that we should take advantage of that and get into some of these loans with a plan, or what?
No, if they gonna help you out with the loan, see, right now they're not the average everyday person ain't gonna be able to even when the interest rates go high, like it's harder for me, like the average Joe, to go get a loan for my little small business. You know what I'm saying? Because they like, yo, your assets, how much assets you got? You know what I'm saying? And you got 1.2 worth of assets, but I mean, bro, you asking me for, 5 million. I can't. No, I'm not gonna give you this loan. No. Mm-mm. If you get a co-signer, then I give it to you. See, that's how they do it right now. It's harder to get a loan, and then when that's why when interest rates is low, right? Because remember, during COVID, they actually helped me out, and I took advantage of it too. Interest rates went down to 1%. They was giving away money for next to nothing when COVID first hit, right? They started getting loans and shit. The bank sent me a letter and was like, yeah, for the next year, your interest rate is 1%. You see what I'm saying?
Dang.
And that was part of the COVID. That was part of the bailout. That was part of how they was going to bail the people out of COVID. If you couldn't get unemployment or one of them checks, right? The homeowners, they had to bail the homeowners out too. You know what I'm saying? So that was the way they helped out the homeowners and shit. But and then see, now if you just bought a house right then though, right? And your interest rate was 2%, 1%, 4%, 3%. Now where your interest rate, and if we're in the fixed rate, you see what I'm saying? And see, now when money costs more, now you're at risk of losing your house.
Yeah, because that'll
now ain't a bad. If you can get a loan right now, Jonathan, that means you in good shape anyway. That means you got good credit anyway.
Exactly. So here go the question, because you talking about this credit crunch that this high interest rate is putting on the banks and everything. So we got to just let people know the one exception in that is because they do extra thing with the mortgages. They're not going to give no businesses no money, but they gon' give home mortgages out because they got an asset they could take, and they gonna be able to do asset-backed type of commodities.
Absolutely,
mortgage-backed commodities. You feel me? So then
they gamble on that. You didn't know when you go down and get. Let's say let's use me as an example. I don't want to use nobody as an example, right? Let's say a person has a score. You said the minimum was 580 or 600 or something like that.
For California, you could do 580. I think 10% to 3%.
Let's say a person goes in there, right, and they got 600. They double dip on you, and they don't even know, and motherfuckers don't even be realizing they double dipping on you. So what they do is they say, okay, we're gonna give you this loan, and it's at 11%. You're gonna take a ridiculous loan, right? 11, 13%, right? And they already done looked at your finances. They know you make $55,000 a year, right? And so they what they do is they go on the back end and they bet that you default on that house, that you foreclose on that house. And that's so they getting the money off of you. So you're gonna pay your mortgage for the 2 years until shit happens.
So what they do? The bet is mortgage insurance?
Huh?
Is it in the form of mortgage insurance? Like, how do they wage that?
No,
bet?
they go to a bigger bank, and they say, well, when they default, you can buy the asset. Like they gonna give you the asset for a lower interest rate. You see what I'm saying? So they get the money. Right? It's kind of complicated because they got to use another bigger bank to. So you're going down to the local credit union, right? And that's where you're getting your loan from. But see, the local credit union goes to bigger banks and gets loans from them. A lot of times those credit unions are actually owned by bigger banks already. But they're gonna get that same loan, right? They're gonna get the same loan you got. But as you paying 11%, they're gonna pay 0% or 1%, right? You're gonna default, you're gonna go in foreclosure in 2 years, right? And they got the money, they got all the money that you pay every month for your mortgage, but into the last couple months where you couldn't pay, right? And they're gonna sell that house at a profit. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And they insured, they set it up to where they don't know for sure that you specifically going default on your house, but they know for sure that a certain percentage of people in that category, in that 600 credit score category, is going to default on their house. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they know they gambling specifically on you. You see what I'm saying? They're gambling specifically on that group of people to default on their house. You see what I'm saying? It's just a dirty game, man. It ain't nothing clean as you think it is. So when you're dealing with these banks and you're dealing with loans and shit like that, make sure you know what you're doing and don't borrow more than what you can pay back. You know, if they give you, because my little brother, and I get personal with it. My little brother, he got approved for $400,000. But the thing is, now he's got a good job. I think he made 6 figures. He probably make like 100,000 or something like that a year, right? His girl probably make 30,000. So they probably make 130,000. You know what? I'd be surprised if they made $130,000 a year, right? And the thing is, they give you that big ass loan, 400. You're doing so good. Your credit's so beautiful. You own a few, because he got a few assets he got. You know what I'm saying? And they want to buy. See, the thing is, they got approved for that loan, but that's the category house they want to buy. It's like, no, bro, you're not. You don't borrow beyond your means. That way, you don't stress out about it. So it's nothing wrong with going to get $150,000 house. You see what I'm saying? And then if you can get a 20-year mortgage on that and pay that off early, right? Then you go get the 400, because then now you can sell that one and put a down payment. See, but people just want, they reel you in with that. Well, your credit is so good, Mr. Sosa, and well, you got these assets, and we'll tell you what, we'll give you a loan for $400,000, and you and your wife run out of there like, yeah, we finna go live down in Scottsdale. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna buy us a house down in Scottsdale, but they didn't tell you the taxes is high in the motherfucker in Scottsdale. You see what I'm saying? The maintenance of that.
Hey, you in Arizona?
No, I'm just giving that as an example.
Oh, okay.
That's a high class, you know what I'm saying? That's I know a lot of people know about Scottsdale, so I use that as an example. You know what I mean? I could do what? Staten Island out in New York. Is that the other spot out there? You know what I'm saying? The Heights out here in the Midwest, in Chicago, like all them high class, you know what I'm saying, areas, where people want to buy those houses and live that type of life. People live, you can't live beyond your means. And people got to realize that we ain't balling. See, when you look at the numbers, right? When you look at the overwhelming numbers, ain't nobody balling. So stop it.
I know that's blood. You got the same philosophy as me. Like, I don't understand how we can have the lowest median home income in the nation, but be showing money phones on Instagram. You're not fooling nobody, bro, because we amongst the group that ain't getting it the most. No matter how we doing as individuals, we all got families we supporting, but obviously that's not enough. This is 2023. So just But don't know other people ever even say food, clothing, and shelter. You will never even hear no other people even reference that. That's some primitive shit. So we still be talking about food, clothing, and shelter. I mean, I'm not saying only black people is homeless. I'm not saying that. Homelessness can affect you from it can hit you from any angle. You could be balling one day, broke the next. The IRS could do that to you. So I'm not saying that, but I'm just simply saying what I'm saying, man. Y'all feel the shit.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100% with what you're saying, man. The faking it till we making it is hurting everybody. It's not, see, when you put the money phone up to your ear, you're not just hurting yourself, but you're hurting all of those people around you, because see, now they want to compete with you. They want to put a money phone up. You know what I'm saying? And that's not real. That's not reality. Let's start putting our credit scores up. You see what I'm saying?
The money. Oh my God, you killed that one. Because really, you notice that we wasn't able to, it was only certain people who could do that in society when money was worth more. Like, you might see Muhammad Ali around hella thousands, the types of a Floyd Mayweather. But you notice that phenomenon start happening once it was hella like PPPs. I ain't trying to give it up though. But real talk, once the economy collapsed and people took advantage of all these type of stuff, now we out here showing the money when it's like pesos and shit.
Yeah, the value of money ain't even what it was. Yeah, absolutely. And and not only that, like, nobody got real money, who's making real money, got $50,000 in cash.
Yeah, that's a liability.
You see what I'm saying? Donald Trump ain't walking around with $50,000 in cash. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, so look at this.
He might got like $100 bills in his wallet. You know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly.
That's how rich people roll.
Too much cash is crazy, but that means you're trying to have a wild night or trying to do some shit you don't want traced. You know what I'm saying? Because ain't no other reason to be having hella cash, man.
Right.
Yeah, for sure, brother. But hey, man, good talking to you, Corey, man. Smash, man. I'm finna slide.
Yeah. Were you on the East Coast? It's about 3 o'clock. It's 2:30 where I'm at.
5:30.
I'm getting ready for work, y'all. So y'all know it's 5:30 here, man.
Oh yeah, that's what's up. I see Rasan L is in the building, but I had put you on mute earlier, Rasan, because you had some background noise. You can unmute yourself whenever you want, though.
Hey, but peace to y'all, though. Peace.
Peace,
brother. That's my brother, Sosa, man. Peace to you, man.
Peace, Sosa.
For sure.
Rasan, what's up with it?
I thought it come on mute. I thought it come on mute. I forgot it didn't. But this is the banking thing is it's old to me. It's old to me. So there was a book or a paper or whatever called Modern Money Mechanics, and I read way back in like 2008, something like that, 2010.
Yeah, I was talking with you about it. There's a lot of that stuff I'm just learning right now because I'm learning more. I'm trying to become a developer, and that's going to take a few years of even learning how to even be right. You ain't just about to come out develop no shit because you got no bread. Anybody could build a construction loan from the ground up, but that ain't it. So I'm learning even about the lending process. And you was talking to me the other day about a lot of this stuff, which led me down that road. It led me down that road.
I thought you was looking at me crazy, like, you know, it is like, it's unknown, and some of the stuff was conspiracy, but like I didn't go into much of this part that we were talking about today, that you were talking about today, but some years ago, I looked at my mother's mortgage note, right? The mortgage note came in the mail, and it had a bunch of banking endorsements on it. Pay to the order this bank, pay to the order that bank. And I'm like, yo, what the hell is going on? So, you know, that's when I start studying about banking. And you find out a note is, you know, it's another term for check. Note, draft, order, promise. You know what I'm saying? So if you know, for like mortgage, they call them promissory notes or whatnot. But a lot of times that's the generic term you hear, but on the actual title, it might say fixed adjustable, it might say fixed note or adjustable note. But anyway, the last page of my mama's note was endorsed several times. So they sold it to a bunch of different banks. And this bank sold to that bank, that bank sold to that bank. Nobody was trying to get stuck with it or whatever the case may be. Or whatever.
Oh yeah. No, dude, I'm gonna tell you right now, I got a mortgage right now that after a couple years, I couldn't even find out who the lender was. I put that on everything. And I finally did some investigation. No, literally. I got one mortgage.
This is what I was talking about earlier. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I got one mortgage right now to where first when I got into the loan, it was these one people. But you just paying your mortgage, you're not tripping. And what I learned is they got a payment people who ain't really the lender. So you still dealing with these intermediaries that be behind the scene. They switching up hella banks on you. So I finally had to do some research because something was popped up one time. And I was like, I never heard of this company. Man, I come to find out that like 3 years later, obviously they sold the mortgage over to some other bank or something. And I'm still dealing with that one intermediary who I thought was the lender. I thought it was a lending company, and I could tell you their name. They're not really the ones who give you the money. They just get you in the position. And it's not like you go to something like Lending Tree. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something you would have thought was a bank giving you the money. You know what I'm saying?
They call them service processors, or at least some of my service processors, like select portfolio servicing, or they not.
I'm gonna tell you right now, it's called Velocity Mortgage, bro. I never did no deal with Velocity Mortgage. I don't even know who they is. And so when it popped up, I was like, "What the hell is Velocity Mortgage?" We did a deal with this other company, National Star, or some other stuff. You feel me? Velocity.
So the information I studied, it was saying that all these mortgages are fraud based on what we're talking about, the fractional lending, and nobody trying to get stuck with it.
Well, so let's throw it down a little bit though. It ain't all the way fraud though, because we do got to get into a house, right? They just figured out a system that consistently benefit them, and it appears to benefit us. I mean, you could call it all the way fraud, and I'm not against that.
It ain't 100%.
Yeah, not all the way.
But I would agree. I would tend to agree when he says fraud, though. But go ahead, because go ahead, bro.
So I got lost in the talk for a second.
I threw you off when you were saying it was fraud, and I said, well, not all the way fraud, but you could go back to right there. Well, if you can't think of it, the reason why I was saying that is I agree. It don't work if don't it's just like a Ponzi. If don't nobody put no new money in, it's better than a Ponzi because you can do 10 times the money, bruh. With a normal thing, that dude who was a Joseph Ponzi, he just had, or whoever it was, he just had a situation where he needed new people to come in to pay the fake investors money. But the bank take one person and turn his income into 10 times the income. So that would be worse than a Ponzi. They got something egregious set up with that. But we agreed to it as a people. So then you can't call it fraud because they told the nation what they was going to do.
It's predatory. Predatory is a better, you know what I mean? Like they definitely know. So like with your situation, that's what I was talking about.
Hey, your background, Rasan, you can mute it.
Yeah, but that's what I was talking about earlier, Smash. That was a good example that you just gave with your mortgage. How you didn't know. You like, bro, I didn't go ask these people for the loan. I got the loan from these people. See, the thing is that you're just a middle-class guy. You're not a billionaire. So they thinking they done sold the house a couple times like, yo, I'm going to profit off of it because I'm going to get the money that he already been paying his mortgage. This guy already been paying his mortgage on time. But he don't know it's hard times going to hit. They gambling on hard times to hit on you. Your wife gets sick. You got an accident or whatever. The factory that you work at had a layoff. They know these things happen. Yeah, but go ahead.
I just remember what I wanted to say. Okay, so Cash, remember, and I emailed you. Remember, I told you that that a lot of times they are securitizing our signatures and trading some of the things, some of the documents that we signed.
They said securitizing our what?
Our signatures.
Our signatures.
Like mortgages sometimes get securitized.
Well, you know, I know you are telling the truth about that, but it was going further on to some other stuff that I heard some Moors try to do.
No, forget that. I wasn't talking about nothing about the Moors. We had talked about some Moors, but I had told you that there was a woman in California who had a son or something who was in a court case. She looked into the court case and she seen that the courts had a pool of bonds.
Oh, I watched that, blood. It was good. You sent me that video.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that was me.
Don't explain it, but I'm just letting you know I watched it. But go right ahead.
So those are the videos I was telling you about. So same thing happens with mortgages. There are court cases, statewide and federal, where people have found that there's been pools of mortgages that have been securitized, and they find them by looking into the Security Exchange Commission's documents for these companies. These banks are securitizing these mortgages and trading them.
But that's just something we didn't know. I don't know if that's actually a scam or a fraud, and I don't know how much access we can have to it. I don't know. I'm not discrediting what you're saying. I'm saying I don't have the information on it, because I do know that they are mortgage-based assets where anybody could just. So they securitize mortgages, you're right. And if you just want to go buy that security and say, okay, that this mortgage is paying them this much percent and you're going to get this much percent by buying it, that's just a practice I know about. But what part about that is fraudulent?
No. I'm not saying that's fraudulent. I'm saying that that was when you start talking about the modern money transfer, when we got into the mortgage, that it made me think of that part, because there has been some people that take that stuff to court. I don't know what part they're saying is fraud. I just remember I got some evidence. I just got some court cases when they use that to countersue banks for these mortgages. I would have to look in the case to see what
the funny thing is, I see what you're saying is fraud. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say it was. I don't know. You saying the courts deemed that fraud?
I'm not saying that they're saying it's fraud. I'm saying that mortgagees have counterclaimed against mortgagors. For that part of it, for some reason.
Well, let's talk about how you broke that down from the beginning so everybody can follow it, because it seems.
Hey, but John, I'm gonna get out of here, bro. I appreciate you having me on.
Oh yeah, man. Thanks for tapping in. Thanks for making it a show.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm gonna get out of here and get to work, man. But y'all have a good day, man.
Yeah, have a good day. It's good. It's good. Have a good day. So, Rasan, I was just thinking, you left? Oh, you there? What was we saying? What was you saying? Oh, you on mute?
We were talking about the securitization of the mortgage.
Oh yeah, that's right. And so I'm gonna
mute out when I'm not talking.
That's cool. If we looked up mortgage-backed securities, we'd probably see that they do actually sell certain type of bonds on their mortgages. And this is another reason why they about to open up these new loans, because since the interest rate is so high, they know smart people ain't going to take on no loans. So they're going to give out some easy loans to people. I don't want to say smart people, but people with good credit ain't going to take out no loans with no high-ass interest rate. So they got to come with some new programs. But what is this for certain people? It's an opportunity to be able to accumulate an asset if you got a plan that's longer than the economic plan, and if you find out you ain't getting into none of the pitfalls we just described. We learned about adjustable rates. We learned about balloon rates. All these things that you don't want us to happen. All these things we don't want to happen to us if we do try to take advantage of some of these situations. But I don't advise against it, because if you move this long and we ain't figured out how to get that first asset, it ain't always got to be a single family home, but it just got to be some property, because that's the easiest appreciating asset we could get. And if the economy about to make it so they putting out loans where they preying on certain people in order to prop it back up, then I think people need to take advantage of that. Work with the little system. Don't let it fall. Now, you know what's going to be the bad part. We just detailed it. You're going to have it at a worse interest rate at a person who bought a house a year ago. But I don't think that the economy going to be down for as long as one of these plans should run. So what do I mean? If one of these plans should run for like a 20-year plan, most people buy a house, they don't be thinking some people just be thinking short term, and they pull out hella refis in 2 years and shit. if you're in California, believe it or not, the housing market is so volatile that you could refi hella quick. I know somebody bought a house and made 90 bands by the time the deal closed. They had 90 more thousand in equity above the appraisal by the time the deal closed in 45 days. That's just the California market. It's different though. But I've been talking for a good this going on 4 hours. I took a long ass nap today and I woke up at about 11 o'clock at night. So I said, damn, I wasn't trying to sleep all day. That's what made me get up and do this stream. But I'm glad some of y'all joined in and make it a good stream. Glad y'all in the chat up and chilling. And I think I'm going to get ready to wind it down. But you want to put some closing words in for the people?
No. I just wish I was able to jump on earlier, but my hands are tired. I definitely want to get on the conversation.
Right up. Well, do your thing. I see you getting it in right now.
Yeah.
What you doing exactly? I mean, if you don't mind.
I work for UPS, man. I work for UPS.
Oh, okay. I seen that construction shirt on. I thought you was at a construction site.
No. I mean, you know, I got a construction company. I've worked for construction companies before. And I used to work for Chase Bank for 9 years, so I really wanted to talk about the banking thing, but I couldn't do it.
You said you worked at Chase Bank? Well, somebody talked about double dipping earlier. Was that you?
No.
Somebody said they be double dipping on it. It's not. I want to entertain how we double dip back on the banks, but people so just go watch a vid. Somebody go watch a video on credit card double dipping, and you can learn how you don't let the banks treat you like a punk. You can do the same thing back to them. And what I mean by credit card double dipping, well, if you go to certain banks, they're going to pull your credit on all 3 credit bureaus, and then they only let you get 1 card. But there's certain banks, smaller ones, that won't pull your credit at all 3 bureaus. They might pull it at 1. And with that 1 hard pull, they give you 45 days of clearance. So how you double dip back on the bank is, come on, man, you go get the credit card. That's what you first applied for. But since you're targeting a bank that give you 45 days, you're going to turn back around in 10 days and go open up a credit line, some just type of credit line or whatever. Or you can apply for another credit card at the same bank, and it worked. But that's the type of banks that allow multiple approvals on 1 hard pull. So what it allow you to do, I could put a video up on how to get like 9 credit cards with 3 inquiries. Most people can only get 3 credit cards with 3 inquiries. But then there's another person who took it further and he broke down the math. He was like, man, how to get 27 credit cards with 5 hard pulls. Because, 5 hard pulls is 5 credit cards. But since you know how to work the system, you go to the credit card companies that, they pull from Experian. So I got 1 credit card from them. They pull from TransUnion. I get 1 card from them. And they pull from Equifax. I get 1 card from them. So you got 3 credit cards that didn't even look or whatever. I ain't saying they didn't look, but I don't even want to start messing up. Go watch a video on it. Because as I know it, I don't like to talk about stuff that I ain't just doing. But I know about double dipping from a credit card company. I just started talking about something I seen on the video. When dude was talking about, he went all the way up to 27 cards with just a few pulls or whatever. So now when I'm talking about getting back over, please, you want that. Forget what people talking about. You only want 2 or 3 credit cards. What is that all about? Don't nobody ball and say that. Everybody balling got every credit card in the world. They don't use them. Or some people use them and they pay them all down. Let me show you something, though. Oh, I don't know. I think I lost you. So let me stop the stream. So I'm going to end with my rhetoric by showing a few videos. Let me see. What is the name? I can't remember dude's name. Is it Ben Stein? Credit cards. Yeah, look at this. Is this dude? This dude, Ben Stein, is... If he show you his credit cards, you're going to start laughing. Where can I see that one interview? This dude was like, dude.
Making a connection between history and the current. That is not realizing that the history of trying to pick stocks is disastrous. The history of trying to...
All right, it's late night. I'm about to go make me a late night meal. Everybody getting up. Shout out to y'all. On the East Coast, it's early. West Coast, I know you're going to sleep. Down south in the middle and in between. I'll be back. This allergy medicine ain't, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure it out, man. Well, yeah, y'all have a good night.